Hello, all you delightful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Lost in Chaos Scar, Season 2, Episode 20, Piers the Barbaracle. We shall begin, as usual, with introductions, beginning with our illustrious storyteller, Enja.
Hello and good day, everyone. I will be your storyteller for this evening, Enja Lumerias. I play the allies, I play the enemies, and I orchestrate all manner of events that will be befalling our players today. For now, I shall pass it over to Rex Strider.
Hi, I'm Rex Strider. I will be playing Chomper, a Fuecoco doll that is a Fuecoco and a Totodile hybrid. And short little bio of me is that Chomper loves his friends and he's going through a lot, and he is trying to get all this down of all the things he needs to learn from this wishing stone wish he did that is kind of his fault and causing his friends a lot of problems. I'm gonna pass it off to Raharu.
Hey everybody, I'm Raharu, and I'll be playing Taz, the solo water type Sobble, and Elvaroda, or Elva for sure, the water and ground type Quagsire. On to you, Gimund.
Hi, I'm Gimund, and I'm playing Pyroclast, the sometimes dark, sometimes ghost, fire Charmeleon. Type realignment is complete, and he is dark fire. On to the Scruff.
Hello, I am ArchineerRob. I shall be playing Scruff, the Ground Ice type Swineup. Just cheerfully bimbling along. Currently woke up in a cupboard. Not sure why he's in the cupboard, but now he's in a cupboard. At least it's comfortable. On to Zim.
Hello everyone, I am Razim, and I am playing as Squirrel, the dragon fighting type Riolu, as well as Nim, the fairy psychic type Midnight Lycanroc. Go ahead, Tal.
Hello, I'm Talderis, and I'll be playing Ving, the dark flying type Murkrow. Go ahead, Era.
Hello, I'm Drunk Dragonair, and I'll be playing Verdant, the fire psychic type Charmander. Woo! Last of the list, I don't got anybody to pass it to.
Alright, and I'm pretty sure we reserved recap this week for Rob.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't it the other
Wasn't
week
it Pyro?
took it over? I thought it was Pyro, because I
Oh,
took it
yeah,
over.
it was Pyro.
Gimund.
Yeah, it was Pyro.
It was Gimund.
Go ahead, Gimund. And thank you for that tip. That is the first tier of the tip goal completed. Thank you so much.
So,
A generous bestowal.
Raharu 95 tipped $15, traditional.
And that is the second tier of the tip goal completed. Thank you, Raharu.
So we were going to do our diversion plan of going to a travel shop, but Scruff had other plans by wanting to basically trail the Sigmund's scent. And once he locked onto Sigmund's scent, he ran after it, forcing us all to sort of go after him. Eventually, with our new brown cloaks, thankfully we had them, we followed after him until we found the deli bird that brought Sigmund to the orphanage originally. And after some life-scarring interrogation, we learned from the deli bird that Sigmund is possibly the crown prince of the Daybreak Kingdom, because while the king is in Incineroar, the queen is a Delphox. And after a bit more other things, we eventually let the Delibird be on his way. And then we resumed the diversion plan because we needed to make sure the town knew we were the only one deviants in the town. So we headed to the travel shop to get some things where, again, we seem to scare people a lot by just the sheer amount of us for the situation. We managed to get some free items from the shop.
Don't worry, he was just generous. He wasn't scared shitless of the robed individuals in his shop, not at all.
He was not scared of Organization 13 just showing up on his footsteps.
Pyroclast tries to follow Scruff around the store, but Scruff runs off, but Pyro doesn't push it. Meanwhile, Paz is able to follow Scruff around the store successfully. And then, after a bit more shop shenanigans, the diversion plan starts by Verdant being an explosive device because Scruff gave out alcohol to him. And then that's when the real chaos started, where Scruff levitated himself in the air using his shadow claws and was giving out alcohol to everyone else, except Pyro still. Chomper and Paz were howling. Meanwhile, Nim was sort of hesitating on that front.
Because he didn't want to howl at the sun.
Yeah. Pyro took advantage of Scruff's current opinion of him by trying to, go after Scruff a little bit to try and get some more chaos, but not for long, because then Atrano started making it snow and hail. So Pyro decided to start throwing snowballs at Artanis because of his what he did earlier, or the session before. And then after all of that, Atrano uses a move that seems to make all of the snow red, inciting a fear effect in the town. And after that, we make our escape using a cart we got from the travel shop. And earlier, Scruff also managed to get the Delibird's bag as part of the life-scarring interrogation the Delibird went through. And turns out that might not have been the best move, as temporal shenanigans happened, and Scruff is now in the Daybreak Kingdom's capital, and not just anywhere in the capital, but the castle. So, yeah, nothing will go wrong there. And then, after the temporal event, on the other front, we are a little confused on where Scruff went. So, after some discussion, Vane and Lap went to a village that was surrounded by soldiers, to see if Scruff may have ended up there. Scruff did not end up being there, but Vane got some cool loot for it, and Lap enjoyed a buffet of cheese.
In the wreckage of the burning town.
I think you found a pretty good bit. I think Lap got more out of that than Vane did, honestly, because this is just illusion loot, and so Vane is just gonna have to find a way to, like, make use of this, I guess, maybe as, like, a bribe. It isn't like he'll be able to keep the shit. This is all just illusion gear.
And then, after Vane and Lap returned to the main group, we head back towards the town with the orphanage and find a Barbaracle talking to the matron about most likely Sigmund. And then we ended off with Chomper basically wanting to become his apprentice. With no context whatsoever, so this is going to be interesting.
If you want context, you just ask Vane.
Funny enough, this doesn't even need any context. This is actually a running gag at this point.
If you are a real fan, you would recognize that Chomper is also a Sigmund to be an apprentice under them as well.
Indeed.
The Barbaracle is who we asked, not Sigmund.
Well, no, in the first season.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, there is that, but
that's
I don't think it was for magic. I think it was for healing and all that.
Yeah. It's just the meme is that Chomper acts to be apprenticeship.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I suppose we're there. I don't think Gimund missed anything. I think that was everything. Yeah.
Man, is Verdant's neighbor said everyone today?
I'm here.
If you want, I can take her right away from where we ended off.
No, wait.
And
There is one thing I wanted to do with Elba that was before we arrived to the town.
Oh.
Yeah, well, he did say he wanted to do that just like along the way.
Yeah.
It was just we were out of time, so we were rushing to at least get the titular individual in the previous session.
Mm-hmm.
True. Thing before we made it to the orphanage.
Yeah. Basically Elba will be doing this along the way while we're being carried by Aquarelle and Artanis, I believe.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, we do also normally get Enja to set the scene. That might help.
Yeah. I think Didi got pulled away again, unfortunately.
Tragedy.
Alright, so setting the scene, eh? I can do that. Alright, so towards the southeast, the column of smoke from the former town continues to rise, and I believe that we are going with Chomper indeed having volunteered himself as an apprentice.
Yes,
to the Barbaracle.
Yes, that I do believe that did happen, but there's something I wanted to do before all that.
Ah, by all means.
Yeah, this is something that basically Alba was going to do while we were along the way going back to the town. And basically kind of wanted to get people's attentions now that we're basically in a place where we're not being heard by people outside of the party.
All right.
Okay. There's something that's been on my mind for a bit, and I think there's something that needs to be said. Chomper, what you remember? What were those? What were the conditions that made your wish again?
It's been a bit, and we've had a lot going on, but mainly I wanted to understand how the dark spiral worked. I wanted to be able to understand Vane. I wanted to be able to, understand Sigmund. There's a lot going on with that.
Elba is going to nod. Okay, then I think I can help when it comes to learning about one of those things at the very least, if nothing else. But I should probably start here though. How familiar are you guys with Pokemon typings? I'm basically mainly because I know you guys haven't been in the Pokemon in our world for very long. Hello?
Hello.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a response there.
You.
Tom is looking around. I mean, I've tried to study the types and fighting and stuff, so I've learned how typages can beat each other, and I've learned what I can about the dark type stuff and how dragons work. It's just
Do you know about
a lot of information.
Do you guys know about the pitfalls of the typings?
Chomper nods slightly. That's not assuredly, but I've tried. I know about the dragon rage and the spiral. It's with the spiral. It's different for everyone, right?
Elba is going to nod and just clap his hands. Okay. I'm basically going... just give me a moment. How should I begin with this? All of us Pokemons have to deal with something negative related to our typing. And that either shapes our personality or the team we have to deal with affects us differently depending on our personalities. It is just a fact of life as a Pokemon. Like, take me for example. I, as a water type, have to remember to take a step back and not concentrate on something for too long. If we stubbornly remain on something that we do not see any improvement on, and allow our minds to sink into it, we stop being a current and instead become stagnant, letting our frustration just and keeps us metaphorically stuck in place, meaning we just remain stagnant. We don't progress. That is something that you have to watch out for yourself, Chomper. Now, dragons like Squirrel and Burden, or people with dragon potential like Bex, they have to manage their greed as well as their pride or their rage, sometimes both, so you can just call that basically they have to manage their ego. They kind of have an innate desire to own something excessively. A lot of the times it is satisfied by jewelry, but it can be anything really. And if they let it go out of control, they can end up wanting to obtain said stuff at the expense of everybody else. It is the same for the ego. Like Berta demonstrated when we just arrived in this place. His circle got to him and he ended up almost causing a scene once he realized we're in the Tabran Kingdom and there was an orphanage nearby.
Yeah, he did run to the orphanage really fast, and it's not something he usually seen him think he would do.
And
Burden holds up a sign that says it used to be a lot worse before I gained more control.
Elba nods. I'm glad that I met you once you mellowed out. Another one that should be pertinent is, well, fire types like actually you, Chomper, are very emotional. They have to make sure to not let their emotions flare up too high. Otherwise, they can end up burning so much that they eventually run out of fuel and feel burnout, not being able to feel anything. In fact, with the rare combination of water and fire that you have, Chomper, you have to watch out for both burnout and stagnation at the same time, which is not something I decided on a lot on people. Even if you lean more on your fire typing than your water typing, even if you lean more on your fire typing, your water typing still affects you, just like ground affects me because I'm water and ground.
Gotcha. And Chomper's going to kind of jot a note down slowly.
Yeah. There are 19 Pokemon types, so it would take too long to basically go through all of them. But the reason I am going through all of this is because I wanted to go and talk about the dark typing. Because unfortunately, when it comes to the people of our typing, dark types kind of have it the worst at times. Most of the time, actually. And, well, we actually learned the reason why that is not so long from Cernius. Elba say that name with a disappointed with a disappointed voice crack. Unfortunately, as you guys know already, the dark types have to deal with a dark spiral, a surge of negative emotions that create a feedback loop unto itself, basically keeping them stuck in a particular mentality. Every dark type has to deal with a different one depending on their personality, and partly affected by their secondary typing, if they have any. While it is a case-by-case thing, there is one thing you can surmise from most cases is that they will become unfathomably stubborn in whatever it is they set their minds to. And, well, because of the thing that Cerny explained to us, there are 3 stages of the dark spiral. You guys have heard of them, right?
Chopper nods.
When it comes to the dark spiral, when it comes to the dark spiral stage 1 and stage 2, you can possibly reason with dark types at those points, even if it becomes increasingly difficult. When it comes to the stage 3, though, most cases are read up on. You can't really reason with them a lot of the times. Whatever it is that they set their minds on, you cannot snap them out of it. Any information that attempts to contradict them will be ignored, and anything that tries to stop them will either be circumvented or removed. And remove can mean a lot of things. Don't think of the worst possible scenario. Still, though, even if the dark spirals are personalized between the individuals, there are some symptoms that you can observe between stages. Like in stage 1, most dark types exhibit resistance to attempts to check on them and how they're doing. They may get an ability to talk about how they feel, and perhaps they can't really find the right words on how they're feeling, or they will just dismiss it outright.
Enja?
Oh my word. But yes, sorry.
Yeah. On stage 2, they will exhibit hostility towards strangers, and they will tend to distance the strength from friends. Their inhibitions against violence are almost gone by the end of it, and aggression is raised dramatically. They can often get desires of revenge or to make others unhappy as themselves. And of course, the worst of them all is stage 3, hostility towards almost everybody in some way, feeling satisfaction when doing things that negatively impact others. And well, that reason can vary, but if it makes them feel good, it's something that they will most likely do. And it is also in this stage where the individual begins exhibiting, or rather, their minds begin getting damage in some way. Like their memories can start to corrode or be replaced. Basically, remembering stuff not how they actually happened, or they may remember something that didn't actually happen at all. And of course, they will also view things in the worst possible light. Us, as denizens of this world, we all know these stuff to various degrees, but we have learned how to deal with our typings. We have learned how to deal with our typings. It is part of us growing into good Pokemon. Most of you, though, are human Pokemon. And, well, I don't know much about humans themselves, as it's not something we can observe in our world. I don't imagine that you have to deal with typings messing with you like this. Perhaps there could be parallels, I can't really say. But with all of you coming to our world like no less than 2 weeks ago, you have had to deal with this with no guardians. And, well, unfortunately, from what I've observed, Bane ended up succumbing to the worst of the dark type it has to offer without any guidance without any or good guidance, should I say. And that's very worrying, not gonna lie. The reason I'm saying all this is, well, but at the moment, we're going to have to deal with if we're gonna have to deal with Bane with no filter whatsoever, while I still haven't figured out what exactly is his modus operandi, I can say that he isn't going to stop to ask questions when he sets up to do something. He literally can't if he believes that what he's doing is what he should do. But if Bane knows his Pyro well enough that he made us do that contract thing at the beginning, as long as he feels he's responsible for us, he isn't going to harm us. Well, physically, anyways. He isn't going to be considerate of our feelings either. You have seen that much for yourself. While you probably may need to learn more information, that you probably want to learn more about Bane's own spiral. At the very least, I can give this. I hope it's helpful to all of you.
Thank you, Eva. I wrote a lot of that down. I think that does help a lot.
Yeah. Actually, there is one more thing that I need to mention that is actually very important. We need to try and be hasty when it comes to getting out of this illusion, because, well, remember how I said that in Stage 3 memories began corrode or be replaced?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, giving enough time or incentive, or giving enough time inside of Stage 3 and enough incentive, so will facets of their personality also begin to be corroded or replaced. If a dark type in Stage 3 remains for too long and they become convinced that their actions, that what they're doing is what they should be doing, whatever that may be, it can end up sticking after they leave Stage 3. Like, someone who doesn't usually steal or is supposed to steal can convince themselves that stealing is what they should do, and it will further their goals. Once they stay out of Stage 3, they won't have any qualms doing so again, when they wouldn't have done so before.
So would talking to Vane just not really work right now at all? Because I do have something to say about that.
What do you want to say?
That pretty much confirms what I was worrying about a lot.
Oh.
And question outside: is everybody listening like in earshot? Are we all talking to each other, right?
I mean, that'd
probably be fine.
I was speaking in the carriage, so everybody was probably listening.
I mean, Vane was, but that's because he was in the town at the time.
Yeah,
and
probably.
Scruff isn't because he's not there.
Yeah, Scruff is not. You're gonna have to give this explanation to Scruff later, but I really wanted to do this.
Well,
Okay,
Squirrel's
just kinda
listening, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, confirming. Alright. Well, I've been holding back talking to him because for one, I'm feeling very I guess I'm feeling very emotional. I guess that might be it. So I'm trying to catch myself from going too far and talking with him now while he's, in tier 3. And I don't know if it's going to cause problems. I didn't want to endanger the kids or endanger anybody by being too, rushy. But even before you told me that, I was worried about what would happen if he, actually just kills someone. And the way you put it, it sounds like he can convince himself that killing people is okay. And I'm just worried.
Elba is going to knock up and down. Yes, is that is something that can happen. That is something that can happen with to somebody that goes to stage 3 and stays in it for too long. It is it. What this is why I say dark types have it the worst. If they especially if they don't learn how to control it, which unfortunately Bane had either no guidance or the worst guidance possible when coming into this world. From what I've observed, at least.
Chopper looks down. I didn't really help him when he first got here with how I was. I'm seeing how Scruff's running off, and I kind of see a little bit of what I used to do, running off a lot or following people. And I am seeing Vane try to keep it together, but also I really don't. I'm just really worried about that spiral. Either way, I'm gonna be there for him. I just know that spiral is something that I'm never gonna be able to kind of agree with or work with or anything. I'm gonna be against that because even before this, I just feel like it was something that was making him just do things that he wouldn't normally do.
Verdant holds up a sign that reads, I have lost many friends to Spiral. Sometimes there's not much you can do after a certain point. So we need to be careful.
Well, Bane himself doesn't seem to be the kind of dark type that relishes in his spiral. He was pretty much panicking when he realized that the thing that was keeping his shadow at bay were gone. So honestly, considering he's in the middle of stage 3 spiral, Ben is actually showing quite the restraint. Not going to lie, which is both good to see, but at the same time is worrying. And well, at the same time, I also can't guarantee that's going to remain like that for long, because he's still in it, and the longer he stays in it, the worse it's going to get for him. He's basically battling against a tsunami inside of his mind, and he will eventually tire out. He will eventually tire out and begin to sink.
Yeah. I'm gonna do whatever I can to help us get out of here faster.
But not.
If it's okay with all of you, I may try to talk with Sigmund or maybe try to speed this along somehow. But let's just stick together because I don't know if you're all safe in this place like I am, apparently.
Elba nods.
I have a question, Elva.
Yes.
What about ice types, like Scruff?
Ice types. Do give me a moment. I need to recall. I need to try and recall.
Right now, I'm worried about his. He had a big run-in with the void parasite, and that's been. It seems like it's kind of changed him since it happened. It kind of seems a little different, a bit more to himself, but also he's usually protective, but he's very protective now, and it almost feels like we're talking to another person sometimes when he talks.
Hmm.
I'm worried about him.
Okay. What I can tell you about ice types is, well, the personality type usually associated with ice are careful and thoughtful types. they can kind of easily endure harsh and frigid climates, of course. But when it comes to their pitfalls, they can get quite vindictive if they're harmed in some fashion. And they can kind of disconnect from their emotions entirely if it's deemed necessary for optimal actions to be taken. And whatever that optimal may be, it's up to them to decide. So, with that in mind, perhaps Scruff could be disconnecting in some fashion at the moment, but I couldn't be really be certain without checking him out.
Chomper takes some notes. Okay. Thank you.
I'm always happy to learn when it comes to knowledge. I may not know everything, but I do what I can. And Elba is gonna give a bit of a big sigh and just sit back on the wagon. Okay, we can proceed now unless anybody else has something to say. Hello?
No,
We can hear
the
you.
pause.
Okay.
Yep, you're still here, audible.
Okay. Yeah, I just said we can proceed unless anybody else has anything to say, and nobody said anything.
Ah.
Well, I mean, obviously Vane wasn't there, so there's not exactly much for me to have said.
Fair.
Yeah, same as Scruff.
It's a little bit hard to comment on that.
Oh yeah, Pyro. I guess yeah. Isn't Pyro's the ghost type though, right?
He's dark right now, but yeah.
Well,
ex-Pyro. Pyro's the dark type Chopper speaks of. How does Pyro's work? Is it something similar to Vane or?
Mine is weird.
Actually, yeah. From the way that you described your spiral, it is very unusual. I actually never seen a type like yours before. It is perhaps because you're also a human Pokemon.
Well, the ghost typing thing is due to an incident when I first got here. Side eyes Edge.
Edge looks away.
Elba rubs his head.
No, you're. You don't have to share everything. I just want to know how your spiral kind of works, just for the sake of learning about it and getting to know you more. I haven't really been able to talk much, and I think besides getting off a little bit on the wrong foot, which might have been something to do with that, maybe. You seem very interesting. I don't know much about you, but I had a heart sense on you a bit back, and you've had an interesting kind of tune. It just felt like, I don't know, something a little bit like technical, bit of a, not really auto tune, but it had a bit of a hard hitting drum kit. So I don't usually hear that kind of sound from people.
Art sense?
Oh, I can listen to basically emotion and how people's heart through sound.
Fascinating. I've met so many Pokemon with unique abilities ever since I've arrived on this. I've gone into this journey.
Yeah, I guess it might be a human thing or something. I don't know. I haven't really got much use out of it, but I really should use it more.
It might be related to something related to your past. Human Pokemon can tend to develop abilities based on stuff that happened when they were human.
Jumper rubs his headphones a little bit with the thumb. Yeah.
Pyroclast is scratching his head. Huh. Well, back onto your thing. Stage 1 for me is, basically as Elva described. The most standard of that. Stage 2 and 3 is where things start getting weird.
Weird. How so?
Everyone just needs to be quiet.
Oh? You get too much noise, gets to you or something? Hurt your ears?
No, it's more like having to do with thinking about everything.
I can relate to that. Just like too much thoughts at once, and they get jumbled, and you don't know what to do about it. And it just gets a little too much.
Yeah, and the spiral part of that is, people who make me think are annoying. That's basically it for stage 2. Stage 3, you're a little experiment in a controlled environment. Yeah. I basically become like a living puppet.
Oh. You can't control what you do?
More so, I just stay completely still and quiet.
If I remember correctly, if I am allowed to say it.
Yeah, go ahead.
You also mentioned that around that time you will also basically whatever somebody tells you to do, you will do it without question.
As long as they're a friend.
Yeah, well, yes, in that regard.
Chomper sighs relief, like, oh, okay, I thought that was bad for a second. Okay, well,
here's the bad part. Anyone who I don't consider a friend, is annoying and should be eliminated.
That does sound. That sounds good.
That does sound like that is actually the most regular part of your spiral. Becoming a puppet is something I've never heard from before. Usually dark types have a feeling of rebelliousness or more independence as they go into the stages, not the opposite of that.
Yeah.
I suppose I imagine it is just another quirk of your circumstances, Pyroclast.
I think it could also be my weaker dark energy as a whole. Because I sort of like to say it like this: half fire, a fourth ghost, and a fourth dark type.
Yeah. Your type switching may also have to deal mess around with that as well.
Oh yeah, Wrath is not fun.
I see. That really does sound difficult. Oh,
Ghost, the pitfalls of Ghost is having to deal with feelings of vengeance or wrath.
Yeah, I just call it Wrath.
is it only Wrath and Vengeance that ghosts deal with? Actually, I'm remembering something. For one, I remember your music now. It's kind of like coming like an earworm. It was very, I don't know. I guess what you'd think as futuristic, kinda. It was interesting, but do you mind if I give you a hug?
Pyrojet class seems a little confused.
It helped me practice the hug, and also I just kind of feel like giving one after listening to your song.
Pyroclast wants to incite the Chomper.
General.
Also, to answer your question, Chomper, no, feelings of wrath or vengeance are pretty much it. Basically, if a ghost sets its sight on you and you have somehow slighted them, they will go to the ends of the earth to heal whatever justice they seem fit, and that depends. That kind of depends between ghosts. They will basically haunt. They will basically haunt you, though.
I guess that
8.
maybe why you said what you said when you first met us, huh? You're pretty forward. I think you said was Vane, Scruff, and Kaza were killers, right?
Thinking back on,
Elba's expression suddenly becomes like very disappointed looking.
Yeah, definitely not a good thing. And thinking on it now, I sort of understand why I did it, but still not a good reason.
I did already chastise you for that. I'm not going to do it again. So I am glad that you have realized that.
Yeah, and I don't want to get mad at you anymore about it or be bothered by stuff like that. There's enough as it is. I just want to get over it.
Speaking of Scruff, he did ask me something during that.
Oh?
The reason I actually told Scruff he had killed someone was because he asked if he had.
Oh? I've never seen him hurt anybody here. You think?
I think it's due to maybe when he was still a human.
Yeah, haven't you guys mentioned that? Haven't you guys mentioned that he's having issues with his memories at the moment, like outside of the whole boy parasite thing? If he has that, if he asks that question, then he's probably not sure what he did in the past.
So yeah, that one I have a good reason for, but yeah, the other two, no. And unfortunately, Kaza was Crossfire, because I got a little heated. I have no idea why Kaza was like that. And Vane, well, again, you guys have only been here for like a week and a half. And there was already that color.
Elva's going to pat a Pyroclast on the head.
Chomper's still offering the hug.
He'll take the hug.
Yay! I'm not even gonna roll for it, but let's just assume big old fire hug that heals a little bit, and also with a tight squeeze, and also just kind of quiet enough only that Pyro can hear it. I didn't want to throw your stuff out there, but you also had a really sad notes to your song, so kind of felt like you could use a hug. And if you ever want to talk, I'm here. And no hard feelings about the stuff. I just want to be friends. And the hug's a little tighter.
He's gonna whisper back. Wow, that thing really does sense emotions.
Fascinating.
And fire hug heals.
Anybody else has anything else to say?
Nope.
Chomper looks over at Squirrel, then kind of looks away. Like they want to say something, but they're not letting it out.
You wanna talk to Squirrel?
I don't know. I've been waiting for a good time for us to talk. We don't seem to have ever a good time to talk. Squirrel?
Well, now is a good time.
Yeah. Well, while I can talk about anything, do you mind if I talk to you about that night you ran away? Should I wait?
Squirrel, for his part, he was definitely listening to things, but otherwise watching outside of the wagon, sitting at the back of it and just kind of looking out. He seems to tense when Chomper calls to him, and he nods slowly.
Okay. Squirrel, it doesn't feel like I should talk with you as much because I feel bad. Chomper's kind of going a little bit, obviously you could see any water on him kind of like fizzle out, and the eyes are growing a bit of a more amberish red. I messed up. I tried to help and I didn't help, and I think I made things worse. I was just trying to get everything under control, and I didn't understand everything, and I still don't. But I just want you to know that I'm really sorry, Squirrel, for using Sing on you when you were panicking and who knows what. It was the dragon or whatever. You weren't having a good time, and I don't think I helped at all. I wish I was there for you. I'm glad you have good friends, and I hope we can still be friends. I'm trying to learn more about my team so I can help them. And we're still not in a good spot. We're still growing and trying to be better, but things are getting better. We're learning about each other and we're trying. And I'm just happy to have you back, and I'm sorry.
About the only thing I see that's better is that Pez hasn't been shooting people.
Yeah.
Kaz is gonna kind of rub the back of his head. I mean, whatever I was doing that for, it wasn't working. So I decided that I should probably stop.
Yeah, Paz has been actually learning about himself more, and he has been trying to teach us. Just honestly, he's been learning about himself, and he's been actually joining for things. And Scruff's going through a lot with their void parasite, but they've been trying to learn how to heal the team as well. And you've seen Vane, while he's still hard to talk to, and he has that spiral worse than ever. He's actually, he has not, hurt us during this. He's made that
He
list.
chained Verdant.
And he didn't hurt Verdant. He let him go. And I've seen how Scruff's running around too, how we used to run around. I kind of understand where he's coming from with it. I don't agree with that spiral, and I don't like that he goes to it and doesn't think about what he does. But he's going through stuff too, I think. Just like you were.
I mean, Chomper, I don't think Bane at the moment is in the spiral by choice. He basically got into it because all of the stuff that's supposed to keep it at bay disappeared the moment we went into this illusion world. He doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to be in the spiral.
And I don't think he wants to actually just hurt you or, tie you down like that. If he was if that spar wasn't there, I think things could be better. I think we could talk.
Unfortunately, though, at the moment, Bane is not going to be tolerating any nonsense. Unfortunately, he has no chill at the moment, and honestly, I'm kind of upset seeing him like that again.
Yeah, part of the reason why I'm avoiding talking to him about something that would probably be really good for him to know.
Oh, you probably should consider telling him that as long as it's not something that's going to upset him, because even if he gets upset at information, the one of the things that he hates the most is information being withheld from him if it's important.
Chomper nods. Yeah, I've learned that the hard way. He doesn't like when information that could hurt us is held from him, and doesn't like anything to do with lies.
Well, it wouldn't hurt him anything, but would be more beneficial than anything. I'm just
I mean, there has to be a reason why you're hesitating to say it if it's just going to be beneficial.
Because it involves my lost friend.
Oh.
Your lost friend? You don't have to talk about it. I'm sorry to hear that.
He keeps talking about the temporal stability of this world, and I'm pretty sure if the three of us were together, we'd be able to create something to help stabilize it.
As blinks. Wait, what? Are you serious about that?
Yep.
What is your friend, if your friend a time mage or something?
No, it's just we've dealt with a little bit of temporal mechanics. We could probably create something.
Ah. Well, it's a path that we could probably pursue, because that is something that has been actually worrying Bane. When I saw him mention the whole thing that happened with Samantha, he was actually sounding like he was anxious about it. So that's actually getting to him.
Hmm.
And to be fair, once he explained it out loud to us, I'm rather anxious about it myself. I don't want to be rewound.
Yeah, temporal mechanics are not fun. Ugh. Plus, it sounds like your other option relied upon the gods of this place, and those gods haven't exactly been great. Sounds like, especially with our own experience. Besides Giratina.
Well, to be fair, not even Giratina's presence was all that pleasant, considering he was basically raging out, but it was understandable why he was doing so.
Yeah.
He also ended up leveling a power by Kana.
Also, something I remember from their conversation, it's still a little fuzzy because I was half there, half not. And Vane talking about, like, killing gods. That's not a good idea if, what, Xerneas and Giratina were arguing about is true.
I remember hearing about that as well, and I didn't really pursue on that line of questioning because that just sounded ludicrous to me. But at the same time, I might even believe it at this point.
This is a little more in my field of expertise, but if the... Oh, I'm gonna get weird for a minute. And
Go into the archive edge, or go into the archive edge asked.
no, he can... I can do this one myself, but I'm definitely gonna be swaying for a minute. Laws of a normal reality are normally just built into themselves. This one seems a little different in that the specific concepts are built into, like, creatures. Specifically the, like, legendaries, it seems like. If what I'm predicting is true, killing one of them may destroy that concept. And that would create a lot more chaos than...
I mean, well, yes. I mean, remember what he told us about Noah, and we told you guys. Noah was the reincarnation of hell, or rather, the concept of hell was part of him. And while he's alive, hell was alive. So when the gods ended up, Cernius told us that when the gods ended up destroying hell, all the negative energy that was meant to go to that realm ended up staying in the mortal realm, and that is the reason why the dark spiral is so strong. It didn't. It apparently didn't used to be that way before all of that.
Now thinking on it, I wonder why they destroyed Hell in the first place was because it was also a living concept and probably did things that they didn't want to have happened and were trying to hide it from us.
We did. I do believe that we tried to ask Sergius, but he just said that it was a foolish decision. So I get the feeling that either he didn't know, he didn't want to tell us why, or maybe the other gods just had their own reason why they decided to do so.
Either way,
Sergius may have ended up being a prick, but apparently he wasn't in on that plan.
yeah. But either way, I'm throwing this out there. Oh.
Either way, it needs to be brought back. There is a reason for these planes to exist. And we are seeing the effects in this world of this plane not existing.
Elba closes his eyes and nods. Yes, which is so very, very unfortunate. Because that was basically what Cernius wanted to do. That was the reason why he wanted us to bring Noah to him. He wanted to separate hell from Noah, so that the concept of hell could once again reincarnate and once again be a realm.
However, the way he was going about it,
he ended up trying to kill Noah when he didn't have to. I can confirm that from the Basque Legion.
Now we've ended up with just some sort of half. I guess it's better than nothing, but still.
Nah, I don't want to do that if it hurts Noah. I want to make sure Noah's okay.
Yeah, there's always a better way, but
I think Cernius did ended up separating hell from Noah, but it hasn't reincarnated. The concept of hell is now that Basque Legion that we were taught that basically carried us to this location after that whole confrontation. They're apparently refusing to reincarnate at this point.
I was looking into recreating it. It's not the first time that I have created a plane, so perhaps I might be able to do that here.
Wait, creating a dimension?
Oh, yes.
And Pyroclast is like all in front of him with his tail like swaying back and forth.
Well, yes, I did so in order to create the Treeway Resort.
Treeway Resort?
Perhaps I'll take you to it at some point.
Elba tilts his head. I mean, I suppose something like that could work, but I have never heard of a realm being created before. That is new knowledge to me. Are you also a human Pokemon?
Oh, no. I was a wolf before.
Elba tilts his head. A wolf?
Actually very similar to how I am right now, except, on 4 legs instead of bipedal like this.
Oh, so you were the other kind of like a rock. I wonder what you ended up becoming.
No. I was not a Pokemon before. I also was not brought here like the others. I came here because this legendary decided to harm my daughter.
Oh, you're a transient. I see.
So, Alva, a wolf is a... and then Pyroclast would go into explaining what a wolf is.
Yeah, so like I was saying, the other forms of Lycanroc.
Verdant draws out a picture of his neighbors barking at each other.
No, we do howl.
I just find it curious that you apparently walked on two legs, but you ended up coming into this world, and your body ended up becoming that of the Midnight Lycanroc, the one form of Lycanroc that doesn't walk on four legs.
I really could not say why.
Maybe because of the moon?
Most likely. Before coming here, I still am a champion of Selûne, the goddess of the moon, and, well, that is likely why I became this particular variety.
Well, that actually does make some sense. After all, the form of Lycanroc that you are is the Midnight variety. Midnight as in night. The other forms of Lycanroc are midday and dusk. So I suppose
A generous
you
bestow.
be
IDDoThings tipped $21, Razim coins.
Ido, thank you so very much for that tip. That is the third tier of the tip goal completed. On to the last one. Thank you so
My
much for the
goodness
support.
me.
So I suppose you being champion of some sort of moon goddess and ended up picking your form for you. That would make sense.
Most likely. This is actually the first time I've gone to another world where my form was changed.
That is just how it seems to go in our world. Anything that comes in becomes a Pokemon. That's why I said earlier that we can't really observe humans. We just know of their existence because of the concept of the human Pokemon and the travelers that come. We can only really gain knowledge of humans and other worlds from the tales that they tell us when they get their memories back.
Oh, Alva,
Yes.
do you want to see what a human actually looks like?
Elba tilts his head. I'm curious, yes.
Pyroclast is gonna pull off his necklace he's been wearing, and he's gonna press something on the side of it, and 3 projections of basically what are humans appear on the ground.
Verdant's gonna hold up a sign that says, "Where's their fur? I thought they had fur."
Elba tilts his head. They look like very skinny machos.
Yeah, I'm actually really glad to be looking like this. Actually, the more I look at that.
Yeah, they look like very skinny machos. That's the closest approximation I can think of that shape.
I would again, don't forget that Pokemon like Hitmonchan also exist.
Yeah.
Also, I'd probably say Machop.
Machop. He would have said match up if he had been shown an image of a child. That's what I said, machoke.
Yeah, fair.
Unfortunately, not. However, what you do see is that they seem to be wearing lab coats.
Those codes, are these humans some sort of alchemists or scientists? Something like that?
Second one. This one is me when I was a human. And Pyroclast is gonna point at his projection. And then this one is Edge. And this one is the friend I'm looking for.
Ah.
Truly, this is the dankest dungeon.
Cosmo Mitch tipped $6.47.
Oh,
Thank you for the
Okay.
tip, Cosmo.
Thank you, Trevor, for the raid. I appreciate it. Now I got a little
Thank you.
gap between that. You're awesome, dude. Go follow Trevor.
And Pyroclast is gonna look at Scroll. To make sure Scroll is doing okay, because Pyroclast has had some worries about this one.
Ah, of course. But of course your friend will be a Pokemon at the moment, but if I remember correctly, you told us that you basically didn't know what it was because you guys didn't ended up at the same location.
Yeah.
Oh, so you can look like anything. Oh, did he have like an item that he likes that he might still have? Because I came in here with these headphones. Maybe he has something that you can find him with that.
Also, though, actually, if you tell us something about his personality, while it's not going to be anything definitive, we could probably approximate what kind of Pokemon he would end up as, because as we saw from Nim, and it seems that it does seem that human Pokemon, their personalities or their experience in their past end up constituting whatever shape they end up as when they become Pokemon as they enter this world.
Chomper nods. Yeah, I can probably tell what kind of music they have based on that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Well, they really liked swimming.
Well, if that's a big part of the personality, they will have definitely become some sort of water type. That definitely narrowed things down.
They're
Nice.
also a lot like Chomper, except not as high energy.
Huh. In what way?
Caring, cares a lot for friends, protecting friends.
Squirrel gives a small snort at that.
Chomper notices the snort and their kind of blush instantly goes to dejected.
Well, if that's a big part of his of his personality, that could point to either fire or fairy. Which, actually, if it was fairy, that actually narrows it down to one Pokemon that I can think of.
Yeah, but they were definitely a very social person. I have a memory about them when I was a kid that, not exactly a good memory, but it's still my favorite memory I've gotten back.
Oh. Well, I can't really say whether I'm correct or not. But from the things you have been telling us, it could be he could likely have become a water fairy of some sort. And if that's the case, there's only really 3 Pokemon that he could be a part of. He will either be part of the Meryl line or the Poplio line. There's one other, but that one is a legendary, so I wouldn't count towards that.
But you have to remember human Pokemon things and variants.
Yeah, I know. But there are also plenty of human Pokemon that just end up becoming part of regular Pokemon lines. So
yeah.
that is also a possibility that you can explore. Again, it's not something that I can say for certain, but I'm just giving you options.
I've been trying to find him for like 3 years. No luck.
If that's the case, I am hoping that your friend Alex has been able to deal with his void parasite if he got any on the way here. Otherwise, that could be really bad.
Yeah, that's why I said now it's a time limit. Because he would have definitely put words out if he had gotten memories back.
That's concerning. I really wish that if there was anything else that I could do, but I mean the only thing I can think of is to try and search for other amnesiacs.
Oh,
If you're sure that he would have been seeking you out if he had remembered you.
I don't want him to like us at all. We've had a hard time here. And Chomper's gonna look over at Squirrel. A really hard time. And I don't want him getting hurt or, running off.
I mean, I have a couple leads if he at least remembered being the type of scientist he was, which is number 1, Bean's library record of people named Alex, or just what they've checked out. And 2, I read about a experiment in the Invaders report about forming a dimensional portal to the Invaders world. He would have definitely been interested in that, so...
So he could be a water type and he's interested in that. Okay.
But yeah, Chomper, do you want to continue your talk with Squirrel, or...?
Chomper's going to look glum. And I don't know. Squad seems pretty mad at me. And I understand. I'm just gonna
I'm not
take my
mad.
time. Well, you don't like me. I'm sorry. I'll keep
That's
trying to
not
be
it
better.
either.
I've been doing the best I can to be better. And if you see us as not changed, then you haven't been around long enough. Because things are changing, and I'm changing, and I'm trying to be better and not do what I did that night out of fear. Because all I could see was you slashing out at people and Vane possibly going to hurt all of us. And I didn't know what to do. But now I've been talking with Nim, I've been talking with my team in general, and I'm trying to learn how this all works. And next time I'm going to actually be there for you and help you, okay? All this is hard. It's hard for all of us. And I don't want anybody else to go through this shit we're going through right now. So I'm going to try to be better and help others going through this stuff. That's all I can really say, Squirrel. I'm sorry. I'm going to try to be better. And Chompers is going to look out the window and just sit for a bit.
Actually, Enja, what kind of wagon are we even in? I was thinking like one of those old western kind of big canvas covered
wagons.
Is that what we're in, or
Pokey wagon?
I mean, from what I
don't
started,
know.
like, I kind of figured it was a covered wagon, but you know.
My headcanon is that Chomper just made a piece of ice and put it up to be a window to look out longingly.
Maybe. Mayhaps, perhaps. I mean, it's probably nothing more elaborate or fancy than that.
Well, also, unless it was like a carriage, it wouldn't have windows.
Yeah.
No matter
So,
what kind of a wagon it is, unless it was a carriage. Which I don't think we bought a carriage.
Yeah, I don't think we want a carriage, but honestly, just Chopper making a makeshift window out of ice does sound like a very funny thing. Although I don't think Chopper has ice powers, does he?
No, I can make water vapor, but I can't make ice. That's not fire water, not ice water.
Chomper accidentally rips one side open and asks Atrono to fix it, because Atrono does have ice moves, and then he just takes to it like he's posing for an album cover.
Look out longingly. Will things change? Will things get better? Only time will tell. My wounds are deep. My heart hurts even just looking out into the freaking window made of ice.
War never changes.
War never changes.
Archineer is rearing back to kick him like a football.
Jeez.
But anyways, back to the scene. You tried to trap me. And that hurt.
Didn't have anything else I could do. It was the most non-hurting thing that would do. It'd keep you from hurting others and it'd keep you from hurting yourself. And maybe it'd stop them from tying you up.
It would have left me defenseless to them.
They just wanted you to stop running away or trying to swing at people. Kind of like Verdant running to the orphanage. Or Scruff running away from us. Or us running off away from the team and doing whatever we were doing. I like to hope they weren't trying to just hurt you. I know Vane, it's hard to tell with him because he's always spirally. But yeah, I wish we could just talk and just work it out before it gets to that, you know? We don't have to try to stop you from running off and hurting yourself or running away. Or looking for a shiny.
I mean, unfortunately for me, I kind of missed that whole thing. I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't fast enough on the uptake, and when I arrived, everything had just kind of been done by already, and you were gone. But from what
It
everybody
happened
else told,
fast.
yeah, from what everybody else told me, you seem to be in a kind of manic state at that time. So unfortunately, they were just trying to subdue you because you could have actually hurt somebody or something like that.
Yeah. I didn't know if you were taken over or somebody had you under control or what. I just saw that. I mean, yeah. It's hard to think when you see red.
So, well, I don't know much about you, Scrub, but I can definitely tell that you do not like to be restrained. You made that abundantly clear. But at the same time, when they were trying to do that, when you were trying to run away, they weren't doing it. They weren't doing it to spite you. They were doing it because it seems like you were a danger to others and to yourself at that moment.
I can just
I
say
was
that
only a danger because I wasn't being allowed to leave.
Well, you did ended up managing to leave. Did it? Were you able to find some sort of solace with that?
He looks around at the people that came back with him. I found people that helped me. That took the
Bartender
time
flips
and
over to
cared.
Chomper. Ouch.
Chomper is tearing up. I wanted to help you. I wanted to be there for you and help with your adventures. I wasn't strong enough at the time. I'm still not that strong, but I'm trying to be. We're all going through this at the same time, and it's hard. You're not the only one that has stuff going on in your head. You see Vane with his spiral. I've been dealing with all this parasite stuff. I'm just happy you found people that could help you.
Honestly, I just kind of feel I just kind of feel bad for all of you. It kind of seems like you were brought to this world to suffer, and I heavily dislike that.
Part of me likes to point at the gods and say they did that, but I don't even know. That's just so messy.
I am glad I was able to help you, Squirrel, in some form of another. I mean, when we found you on the side of the road, you looked very scared. You didn't know what to do. You didn't know where to go. And Noah, being the ever optimist that he was trying to help you. And he called for others to try and help you. And I guess some of us just ended up answering that call. I suppose you could call it a twist of fate.
A fate that seems to have not been created by these so-called gods.
You know, the gods probably want us to be enemies. Yeah. I don't want that to be part of that either. So, You're
Honestly,
still my friend, if you were willing to. But I know you need time.
I haven't
Honestly,
even
I,
had a chance to sleep since I got back.
you're right. It hasn't even. I don't think it has even. It has even been a day since our encounter with Xerneas.
It has not.
Vernon holds a
Squirrel is still at
Vernon-
negative 2 HP.
He did have enough time to take a short rest. We spent hours at the orphanage, and that was at most light activity.
I don't really consider that because he's too on edge for that
Chomp-
to actually been restful.
Chomper force fed you a berry, I think. For that.
Yeah.
Aquarelle fed him
Yes.
a berry too.
He
Yeah,
does.
but that's
he-
tempting.
Where's HP going?
so,
What do
yes, he did get the berry, but that is in the temp HP field. It's not actually proper healing.
Oh, okay.
Okay, good
Alright,
to know.
let me change it up then. Squirrel, you look like shit. Maybe you should go take a like a nap.
I really wish we could have let you rest. But things are just happening so fast. I'm really sorry, Squirrel.
It's
Sorry, I
fine.
made that wish. I didn't think it would do all this, and I didn't think you'd be back like this, and it feels like more stuff trying to mess with us. But
I mean, I think all of us were blindsided by that wish stone thing. I mean, from what you said, it was just something that you did as a thing for a human. You weren't actually expecting it to actually do that.
yeah,
Eh. I just wonder what the hell is what caused this, because the stone had cultist symbol on it. So we're either being messed up. We're either being messed with by the alga or something, or by culty, or maybe something related to cultist power that he doesn't have control over, because we know that he doesn't have control over all of his abilities.
I more want to know what we're supposed to do so we can just get back to whatever normal is.
Same.
I'll do whatever I can to get us out of here. I just got to learn my lesson, right? So I just need to pay attention to everything and be a part of everything to do with Sigmund and the spiral. So I'll do that.
I guess that's the whole reason why Elba ended up was giving you that lecture.
Yeah. Alright. Sorry again for putting y'all through this. I'll
You
do my
don't-
best to learn.
You don't have to apologize, Chopper. This is not something that you could have possibly foreseen.
Jumper looks down, kind of still feeling a lot of guilt from multiple things. They cannot undo that, but they just nod at you.
As nods. Well, we're probably going to be going to be arriving at town at any moment. We're probably going to be seeing another pivotal moment in Sigmund's life.
Chopper nods again.
Alright, so is it time to now proceed to scene swap over to whatever Scruff's getting up to in the capital?
Mayhaps.
Was that
It
poor-
has been a
Was
little
that
bit.
poor Delibird?
Yeah. Sorry that Sorry, that took much longer than expected, but
Yeah.
I guess that's just how
Oh, it was just a little short scene, a little quick thing.
To be fair, it was more like multiple scenes.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah,
everyone
but
engaged, which was good. However, let's see what Scruff is up to.
I just thought it was funny because of the whole. Oh yeah, by the way, we're gonna start off focused, and then it goes into like a 2-hour tangent of interpersonal stuff.
Just wanted to do the typing info with Elba. We just kind of went into other stuff. But come on, let's just go to Scruff.
Yep.
So-
Scruff. Oh,
Yes, Scruff.
I was just gonna skip all them.
You are in a closet, poking out of a white bag, and the deli bird is freaking out a little bit because apparently it's been a really long time since you saw each other, but he remembers you. He remembers all y'all. Which
Yeah,
brings
PTSD
about its
tends to be
own
like that.
implications.
What?
I was saying
What was
PTSD
this?
tends to be like that.
Ha!
I'm gonna be
Well-
back in a bit, since I'm not involved in the scene here, so carry on.
Fair enough. I'm simply stating that, this isn't just the next scene. This is a continuous timeline.
Scruff is just in the bag holding the bag that they acquired from him in his mouth. And it's kind of like, oh, hello. It's been a little bit. How have you been?
Oh my god, what are you doing? You're in the castle.
Back.
Do you know how dangerous this is for you right now?
It's comfy, and he kind of loafs on the pile of bags.
Okay, you know what? I know what to do. I'm going to ask someone else. You
Oh, we should ask Crane. Wait, where is he?
He tenses up and carefully examines the other bags, checking to see if somehow the entire team hasn't stowed away in his bags.
Scruff
And
is also going
wondering
to give
how
an
he could have
experimental snuffle.
possibly missed this.
Scruff is going to give an experimental snuffle to see if he can detect any of the rest of the party around him.
No.
Oh, that's not good. Oh. He told me not to wander off. Well, you didn't wander off while you were with them. He's going to be looking for me. Okay. And Scott's more mumbling to himself now, like, oh shit. Scruff was told not to wander off, and he didn't wander off, and yet he has woken up in a cupboard. Away from the rest of the party.
Damn.
Yeah, so aloud, he's just like, oh, bugger, he's going to be looking for me. Oh, not my fault this time. I imagine Scruff, whilst he was snuffling, has actually hopped out of the cupboard and is like moving in slow circles around the room. And also around the deli bird, but that's secondary to him.
Yep.
So the Delibird is going to grab the bag that you're in and just sling it over his shoulder. Like, I'm going to take you to someone else and they're going to tell me what to do. So I can wash my hands of this.
Oh, that's good. Oh,
You
be sure. If Vane shows up, be sure to let him know where I am. Because I had your bag, so like I assume he might make that connect. He's very good at making connections.
Yeah. I'll do. Yeah.
He's not been in a good mood lately. He's still spoiling. That's not great.
He's been spiraling for 8 months.
Oh, has it been that long? That's a bit hard to tell after a while. Yeah, we lost his medication like shortly before we met you. And I'm the medic. I'm supposed to keep an eye on him. And I partly the reason why he's staying sane at the moment. So he's probably going to be looking for me. But if you can take me to someone who will, we can get back together soon. It's good. Great. Yeah. Scruff is just happily just like bimbling through his own speech, not actually paying any attention to the guy's reactions. It's just like, oh, he's being helpful. This is a great solution.
I just love that Scruff is just inadvertently giving the delivery even more trauma.
No, not trauma. Portents of trauma.
Weeps.
Who are we going to see? I hope they can help. I'm not quite sure where I am. You said the capital.
Yes.
Capital.
In
Castle. You said castle.
the castle.
Oh, that's where the little one came from. Yeah. You doing all right there? You're sounding a bit. Scuff's gonna try and like poke his head out of the bag to inspect him. They're like, you looking a bit beaky. Are you doing all right? I'm sure I've got something in my bag for that.
I'm fine. Just please stay in the bag. Don't move so I can take you through the castle with hopefully no one knowing that you're there.
Are we out? Are we still in the room?
Yes, you are. He has picked up the bag, but he has not dared leave the closet yet, as he's thinking that you are probably still going to be noticeable.
Hmm. Let me down and I'll get the zoomies out of me first. I tend to get a little animated when I new situations, new things, new smells.
Okay.
Point up things.
He is going to set the bag down and like, okay, don't get caught.
That's why next to you. We're not gonna stray too. We're not gonna stray too far. And the moment Scruff is let out the bag, he's just gonna spin in circles rapidly, specifically around him, and snuffling everything he can. He is getting the excitement out of himself as best he can.
Okay.
Nyom. Spin, spin,
Ooh.
spin, spin. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. I imagine it's just like a minute of him effectively being a blender, and then he'll just stop abruptly and shuffle back into the bag again. Like, hey, that felt good. I've not been able to run freely for a bit, so onwards to help. Yeah.
Are you good?
I think I'm good now. It was a lot of sitting still under under watch to keep an eye on everyone. So
Okay. Here we go.
Scruff just like settles down, loafs as like a solid just lump, and just silent.
He is going to cautiously heft the bag before stuffing it with mail. Put it over his shoulder and start making his way through.
Scruff resists the urge to investigate all of the interesting little packages that have been dropped upon him. It is difficult.
All right. Now let's roll to see if there's trouble. My favorite. High or low?
Low. I have to go low because it's Scruff.
Very well then. There are multiple pauses in the hallway. Let's see how prepared he is. Alright, he does pass.
Hooray.
And, let's see. It seems that, yes, he does have quite the delivery route today throughout the castle, as he is one of the few sanctioned couriers
Scruff is on his best behavior.
Right. So, with that in mind, he will make it, and there is a very large and heavy set of doors are being opened after someone asks him to state himself and provide proof of his identity. Before his presence being announced, and then being told, You have permission to enter. And finally, doors close behind him. So you're back. I see. Do you need something of me? I haven't called for you this time. Yes, my queen, I really have need of your aid. Has something happened? Yes. As he's going to set the bag down. What do I do?
Scruff is still wearing his effectively a hood inside the bag, and is just loaf.
Your bag seems to be full. No, not that. He will open the bag and pick out Scruff and set him on the floor before
Scruff's
like
just gonna
tugging at his hood a little bit.
Scruff's just gonna quite. It's not nice to pick people up without asking first. Don't do that.
Oh. Sorry, I wasn't sure if you could actually get out of the bag. Mail is very slippery if you step on it. Like, no traction.
Scruff just casually hovers, standing on Shadowclaw.
Oh! Or you could just do that.
Eee. That's quite useful.
Scruff, now that you are out of the bag, there is a Delphox in the room that seems to be regarding you curiously.
Scruff snuffles.
You have brought me a... Hold on. Is this a variant? I don't know. It's not a shiny, but it's not completely correct either.
Scruff is snuffling the room, and the Delphox. Not like up close. He's just like snuffling from a distance politely.
The smell is not entirely different from Sigmund's.
The snuffling intensifies.
So, why have you brought him here exactly? He made his way in the castle somehow, and it was in my bag. Furry, did you accidentally kidnap someone's child? I did no such thing!
Snuff. Snuff.
I'm sorry, I needed to laugh at that.
Well, serious conversation happening, and Scruff is just quietly snuffling. Yeah.
Well, take them back. The last time I saw them was 8 months ago! I don't they're here! So you don't know where to take them.
Scruff
No, I
is
don't.
snuffling a little more intently of just, this is familiar. Not quite the same.
Well?
Oh, you're the little one's mum, aren't you? Smells right. Smells, yeah. Smell is right.
We do have the orphanage. Take them back there.
Scruff has out loud said that oh, you smell like you're the little ones, Mum. Just yeah.
This is going to raise her. This is going to raise her eyebrow. You've seen him?
He was doing all right last time I saw him. Even started to walk a little bit.
My.
Seemed to make a friend it seemed to make a couple of friends.
How? That's good then.
Good little lad. Reminds me of someone.
How's? Oh well, no. I guess he wouldn't. I didn't give him anything to. She seems to be wrestling with something.
You gave him protection and a nice place to grow up, from what I saw.
Right. Of course. Has he been taken by someone?
Last time I saw him, he were in the orphanage.
Right, of course.
He seemed to make a friend, though. That's nice.
Does he have a name?
I'm not so sure he does yet. He might have been calling him something, but he reminds me of a friend of mine. So we think I nicknamed him Little Sigmund. So
Sigmund.
yeah.
Well, I suppose that's fine. I named him something else.
Oh, if I can address him properly, that's always good.
I mean, I don't think that the name I gave him would mean anything to him. Probably not ever, but I suppose if it were ever to matter, his full name is Ari Xavier Lockhart.
Ari Xavier Lockhart. Just for my notes. Did I get that right? Did you?
Yes, I will also put that in chat.
Thank you.
Say that name 3 times, and the present day Sigmund will be triggered.
Say that 3 times, and present day Sigmund will be confused. Like, what? What are you doing?
Thank you.
A far cry from Sigmund's actual name.
I like the name Ari. Sounds nice. Xavier. Yeah. Xavier Lockhart. Ari Xavier Lockhart. If I happen to womble into him again, I might pass it along if that's all right.
By all means, I suppose. Though, maybe it's better if he doesn't. The less ties he has to this place, the better.
But it's usually a good thing to know where you came from.
Maybe.
Or who you came from. Especially when they've gone out their way to keep him safe.
I wouldn't say his heritage is a particularly good one, though. Certainly one with a lot of potential, maybe, but potential or not, he was deemed unacceptable.
There's always some folks out there like that. Harsh and unbending. Scruff has stopped snuffling and has stopped spinning and is loafing calmly on the floor facing her. And is fully focused on the conversation.
I suppose he must be confusing to you. Or maybe not.
Seems a good kid.
I mean.
I've never met him myself, but there's certainly a lot of rumors and stories flying around. And his degrees certainly don't help with that.
Most of them might be true. You see, the royal family, there's a lot about a strong heir, I suppose. And according to our histories, King and I have a human ancestor. So he took me as his to conceive some Pokemon that would have a human heritage, and hopefully they would gain some of the ancient hero's strength. Of course. Well, as you can see, that was not in the cards. I mean, for all things, he might very well have the strength, if not more so. But still, well, I suppose I can't tell you. I can't just up and tell you every royal secret, especially since I don't even know who you are.
That's quite alright, very reasonable. And then he's going to pause and just head tilt and... Oh, bugger, I never introduced myself. Terribly sorry, Your Majesty. I be Scruff. I'm a swine up. A mystery dungeon team member of a rookie, admittedly a rookie rank team, but
It's nice to meet you. My name is Rosalie.
pleasure to meet you.
Rosalie Calder Lockhart.
How should I address you, Your Majesty?
You may address me in whichever way. After all, this is a private conversation. But let's just say that whoever does take to the throne is, let's call it, inheriting a curse. A generational hatred. I can't even fathom why it was started, but it certainly festered on its way down. With a series of strong but cruel people taking to that chair. I swear he's even worse than his father was. He was going to strangle his own child just because of... Well... He can't be here. Definitely not.
You saved his life.
Well, I can't be completely sure of that. I can certainly try, but he'll probably resent me. There's no way he wouldn't. I mean, someone born into a royal family, ejected from the castle and stripped of everything before he was even aware that he had it. I mean, who could really call that fair?
Much further than the alternative. You saved his life and you've given him a chance.
Well, I suppose as long as he can find some way out of this kingdom, somewhere decent. That's as much as I can hope for.
Well, he said he reminds me of a friend. If he's anything like that, I'm sure he'll be fine. If
Your
I
words
see him
gladden
along the
me.
way, I'll help him out. Apologies, did you miss that?
Your words gladden me.
But if I see him along the way, I'll help him out where I can. Sure, my team will too.
So, I suppose we need to get you out of here now.
I'm not quite sure how I got here, to be honest with you, man.
Well, leaving shouldn't be too much of a problem. Cody, looks like you'll be making another long-term delivery. What excuse could we possibly have this time? Well, I did hear a squadron was mobilized in the general vicinity. What was that town called? Alex? I'll be sending something there. Alex? Oh, I guess it is close. What could you possibly be sending? A letter, of course, to the knights that are probably going to be there until they're quite sure that they're done. Let's call this a royal reparations order. Oh no. Madam, they're going to flay me alive. Well, I'll be sure to include in the letter that that I expect your return in one piece then. Oh. Be brave. This is an order. All right, back into the bag with you then. Unless there's aught we have to discuss.
Oh, if I do happen to find him again, have you any message, any words or message you'd like me to hand along to him? Leave him via memory.
I wouldn't know what to say. Only, I suppose, live well and never return.
Scruff kind of huffs a chuckle at that.
Bit of a conflicting message, isn't it?
Careful, concerned, sound advice, I suppose. Very sound advice given the circumstances.
Indeed. As I'm
Well,
quite sure that whoever inherits the throne after this will be just as bad, if not worse.
I'll pass it along. And depending on his abilities the next time we meet, I might get to show it to him. I don't know. I hear you. I hear you. You're a lot good at psychic abilities. And if she looks closely at all, she'll note that Scruff has not once taken his eyes off her. He's had an idea that he will ask Sigmund to look into specifically this memory later on. So he's been catching everything and catching and remembering everything he can. And it's not his own history, so he will remember it this time.
Yeah, yes. as she will indeed use a bit of psychic power to scribe the letter without rising from her seat. Placing it neatly in an envelope with the royal seal and passing it back to Cody. Be brave. Why? Because I'm relying on you. Rather, I must rely on you. You understand, right? Please. Please find another courier. I cannot and I shall not. You are already quite the risk, you understand. Oh. Oh. Is the pay not sufficient?
It'll be fine, lad.
It's very sufficient, my queen. But I cannot take money with me to the afterlife. But you take it regardless. I'll make haste.
I feel really bad for this Delibird.
Scruff's gonna pipe up and just go, "Oh, you'll be fine, lad. I'm sure Vane will be happy for you to bring me back to him. So mayhaps he can help you out."
I'm going to be so happy to see him again. 8 months spiraling, you said?
Provided he doesn't have in his head that Scruff was kidnapped. Yeah, I'm sure Vane would be happy to see.
Yeah, totally. 100%. 100% fine reaction right now, where he has his full cognitive abilities and isn't forced to take everything in the worst way.
Scruff is being like genuine cheerful bimble. He does not believe he's seeing everything in the positive light at the moment. So there is no
ready to weep.
There is no hint of like lying or shock on his face. He's just kind of like, it'll be fine, lad. I'll let him know.
Sanctioned courier.
Now, how's he gonna feel when he found out that he lost Scruff along the way?
Oh.
Depending on time frame.
Oh no.
And the Delibird was never seen again because they fled to a different country.
Mayhaps. Don't make jokes.
Oh, I was saying that knowing full well that it was absolutely on the table. So it's like, I'm not sure how long it's. Has it actually been 6 months, 8 months since we saw each other last? Time flies by so quick. It'll be fine. Well, I'm sure he's calmed down a little. Okay, that one when he says that, there's like a hint of there's like a hint of like side eye of yeah, no.
It's
Now he's happy bimble mode, but he's not that stupid.
Okay. It's the Delibird walks over to the wall and leans against it, just wheezing.
Scruff will like politely turn to the queen and give a little bow. It was a pleasure to meet you, ma'am.
It was nice to meet you too.
I'll be sure to pass on your message when next I see him.
Now, don't mind him too much. He's a little bit of a coward, but he's very earnest.
I think my party member gave him a bit of a scare.
I'm sure it'll turn out just fine.
I'll endeavour to have your courier return fine and dandy to you.
Cody, please do hurry up with your panic attack. That's worse.
Scruff is going to just politely back up so he's not turning his back to the queen, and then he'll kind of stand next to the bag expectantly, like, "Come on then." Whilst waiting for the panic attack for their panic attack to subside, is just starts. He's still loafing, but he's like bimbling from side to side a little bit, like shuffling and humming a calming tune for them.
Sorry, I was interrupted by raw chicken. As the deli bird tries to hurry up with his panic attack, as per orders.
Scruff is providing a calming melody and is just quietly bimbling from, like wibbling from side to side as with the surprisingly jolly tune for him for this poor deli bird being in a panic attack.
Okay. Okay. Deep breath. In and out. Okay. Whew. So, ready to go on an adventure.
Scruff will nod his head once and just like flip the hood of his the hood of his hood over himself to cover up his coloration.
The hood of his hood.
Because it is. Let's be honest, he's like the size of a head and he's on the floor. He
Yeah, I
hasn't
know.
got a full coat, he's literally just gotten the hood.
Yeah, just a
Like,
cattle.
Yeah. With like the whatever cord might tighten it to make the hood smaller and fit snugger. It's just like threaded instead through his harness.
Indeed.
Back in the bag you go.
Yup. This time not picked up. If they hold the bag open, he'll just hop inside.
Yes, he does hold the bag.
Yeah.
And off you go. Theoretically, back to the orphanage.
Theoretically.
Allegedly.
I'm not sure Scruff has made the connection yet of he was dragged there because of the bag, just because he was just like, oh, I had your bag with me. So theoretically, he could end up wherever the bag is again.
That is not impossible. So I guess it's time to resume to the main party.
A bub made the bag fly out of the cart. Whatever will we do?
Because it's a genuinely nice bag, so you should probably hold on to it.
I'm just imagining that, like, if he was in his own time loop of having to deliver Scruff safely, it just turns into, like, a reverse Breaking the Bank where he's just trying to deliver Scruff without Vane losing his shit and killing him.
Also, I did a quote for bagged Scruff, and I got the "I can handle a bird" quote.
Again?
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing.
Nice. So, yeah, if we're going back to the main party, I guess Chomper has just asked if he could be the shittiest sorcerers alive's apprentice.
Hooray.
Away.
All right, and now back to present time with the party. With the Barbaracle looking at Scruff Chomper in confusion as he is staring at him. You. But of course. However, I have a very specific criteria, you see, when it comes to apprentices, and I'm not sure you have. Well,
What? What's that?
Maybe. Different Pokemon are special, you see. They have special attributes to them, more so than just their skin color. So you might have talents that other people might not be seeing initially. See, people are frightened of things they don't understand, and I am different. I see the potential.
Chomper does a head tilt. I see. You can unlock people's secret potential?
I'm reminded of Dragon Ball right now.
Yeah, I know, right? Same.
By the way, to note, obviously, like, the entire party would be there, so Veda's just looking at this guy. This is looking at this dude.
Yep.
Yeah.
He has not noticed the rest of you just yet.
The rest of Organization 13 are just behind Chomper.
Looming behind him with an open casket. Alright, get in.
Alright, get in.
So, what kind of magic do you do?
What do you
Chomper's
mean,
kind of trying
what
to analyze.
kind?
Yeah, do you know how to heal people? Do you do fire? What's your typage?
I do all sorts of magic.
Man.
There is nothing that is outside the realm of my ability.
Oh. So, what are you looking for here? You need a certain pupil?
Well, I have been aware that the caretaker here has been dealing in special people. And I've been trying to convince her to let me take one as an apprentice. However, she has been shockingly stubborn.
Oh? I'm gonna turn
Yes.
over to her. Well, why's that?
Because he's a bad person. She's going to say this quite flatly.
Huh. I see.
And I don't
Heart
want...
sense.
Oh boy.
Now, which one are you heart sensing? You never said which one, you just said
The
heart
bad person.
Alright.
Oh dang. Okay, well, I think this might work. I think I might read. I think it just might work.
God.
Wow.
Yeah, must protect Sigmund, must know what your deal is. Heart sense on the bad
Nice,
person.
that's like, what, a 12?
Jesus.
I can hear
Chomper,
colors.
you pressed X to doubt.
No. Remember, you hear music, not colors.
Oh. I think
can
with
hear
that
so good.
role, he can get what he wants. Well, certainly the song is projecting quite clearly. Envy, frustration, and a desire to imprint on someone and have and pass on everything that he is onto someone else. So that their achievements will by proxy be his in the future.
Chomper is like listening in for a bit and just kind of responds like, oh. Turns back to the team. Does everything that happened has to happen? Because this guy seems kind of like a jerk from what I'm hearing. I just did a hard
fuck
sense.
out of you, football.
From what I know, he's also not particularly good at his job. But as for what has to happen happens, yes.
However, let me count those successes again, because there is something else that you might have detected.
I did hard sense, and all I can really say is that the song kind of sounds a bit crappy and a little bit too focused. Like
that is 12 successes. Ah, yes, there is. Yeah, I think that would do it. There is one more thing buried fairly deep down, but I will do whatever I must until you hand him over. It is your fault the town has burned, madam.
Chomper's gonna go over to the party. I was thinking I'd follow to understand just kind of where Sigmund kind of got his beginnings and what he picked up from him and what kind of person he is, but his music is really simple and right to the point. He seems, well, to explain the song, it sounded like someone basically copied someone else's music and then just tried to like make it their own music. And it's something I've heard before. It kind of like, I don't know. Have you ever heard? Okay, you probably won't know what this band's called, but basically it sounded like a very badly done cover. So I don't think he's that great of a dude from what I'm hearing here. So I can kind of tell what Sigmund kind of meant when he talked about him.
Well, from what I'm seeing, I guess this is the guy that ended up adopting Sigmund. So
He would be correct.
Basically,
rather
this
forcefully.
Basically, this guy is Sigmund's adopted father.
Reminds me of that guy I met in the dungeon.
No?
I'll tell you about it later. It was when me, Aquarelle, Verdant, and Squirrel were together.
So,
I hear this
Chomper,
guy already.
I kind of want to move this along if I can. So, you
Yeah,
might want to actually try being his apprentice for a bit to understand maybe what the actual tutelage is like.
Yeah, remember, the whole point is for you to learn about Sigmund.
Yeah.
It seems that the
Yeah.
Barbaracle is now aware of the rest of you, and he looks shocked that there is such a concentration of variants.
And
in
then, like,
such a
one or two
large gathering, and
adorable.
they're just fine. And then there's just Vane. And Elva is like, and Pam is like, what? What? What is this?
Elba's just giving a it's just giving a wave.
Boring. No talent at all.
Elba blinks.
And now he's looking down at Vex and Verdant. You two, on the other hand. Well, the black one has more, but you're not lacking entirely. And the Riolu. Yes. You three, and this white-skulled fellow here with a mouth on him. Yes. I could take a few more. Atrana's going to step over and like place a hand on top of the Barbaracle's head and make his fist head like curl. Like what? Ah, I can't see. Release me. No. Finish your business and leave. I will blast you! Do you have any idea who you're messing with? I don't care. To which Artanis will have to, like, pick up Atrano and, like, drag him away. Like, okay, hold on, we can't go doing that.
Elba put himself in front of Bex the moment this person got interested in him.
Verdant just looks defeated. He's just going to accept this is going to happen now.
It does not have to, but he does. But he does seem to be, perhaps believing that you are a child.
There's a great deal of liquor out there that says otherwise, but this is Chomper's wish, and we were told we have to go along with it, so he's just gonna go along with it.
Squirrel's fingering his
no.
Squirrel's fingering his weapons. They might be the answer to this for him.
Meanwhile, Atrano, he doesn't need all his arms; he's got extras.
Veda's just gonna pipe up in like a, obviously just, you know, a shitty mood and just go, can we just move this along? If nothing else, because I think they're almost done burning the town the other direction.
Silence, peasant! I will not hear of you when I will not have you speak in my presence.
Was that the Barbaracle?
The moment that guy speaks to whatchamacallit Bang like that, Paz it looks like he's about to shoot him.
Chomper pipes up. So, about that training. So you're looking for prospects, right? I can actually hear your music and it sounds interesting. That's why I said that. Because, you know, it has a bit of a kind of crazy, like, I don't know, freaking tribal jerk sound to it. It sounds jerkish. You ever heard of that term before? Yet you have like a lot of power in your music and whatnot. So I think I want to, train under you so I can know how you work and how your
He's
magic
going
works.
to look down at Chomper and just say, like, you have an active imagination. A very active imagination, thinking that you have special abilities already. Oh, no. You'll need very special tutelage and equipment, apart from those ridiculous things on your head.
Oh, my headphones? Right now, let me see. I'm kind of getting that you have a bit of envy in you over the possibility of me having something to do with my headphones, is what I'm hearing.
His eye is going to twitch as he's raising a hand and looking ready to strike Chomper.
What is envy again? Isn't that the...
I have no such thing.
Oh, that is jealousy. Yeah.
You little brat.
Squirrel's using quick attack to get in between Chomper and this guy.
Verdant's just gonna walk in front.
Why? I don't need any of you. I have my prospect just here. Be gone, the lot of you. Cursed children.
As is gonna give a bit of a sigh. Come on, guys. Can you guys just let Chomper do this?
Artanis. Tell him to eat your entire ass and choke while he's at it.
Venus is going to turn to the direction of the town that was burning. He's just going to look to see if there's anyone coming up the road at this point that wasn't, like, obviously a let-go refugee.
There is not.
Alright, he's still going to turn anyway, and just kind of give the look that tells everyone, stop interrupting this. Just let it happen.
This is what Paz just said, what he said.
The Audino will reluctantly retrieve Sigmund and hand him over. He will take him and snort loudly and dismissively towards the rest of the group as he is on his way.
Jackass.
Vedas is going to look at Chomper and go, we're following him because you need to see what his teaching is like. There is no other possible reason we could be here.
Waste of potential, a lot of you.
I agree. Let's do that.
Aquarelle will give an apologetic wave to the matron of the orphanage before following the party. Where I guess he's still pulling the cart, right?
Yep. This Barbaracle seems like too proud to be daunted so easily.
Oh, Aquarelle could tell.
Pride may be baseless, however.
I may agree with the terminology of telling him to eat his entire ass, but unfortunately, we gotta let this play out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. However, Toronto does seem to be handing the stone over to, or Artanis seems to be handing the stone over to Toronto and seemingly asking for something. let's see how this goes. I'm gonna need something a little more definitive than that.
Would you roll like a 50 something?
Like 50 exactly.
That's the nicest way of saying, no, I'm not telling you what to do here. Figure it out.
It's the 8-ball equivalent of ask again later.
Oh, that one was more definitive. Okay.
Pass is gonna look at Atrano and Atratis and ask them, have you guys figured out something?
Maybe. Actually, yes. We're just gonna need to charge this a little. Hey, Vane, can you put some magic in this thing? Or energy or something?
Okay, do you want me to put energy in it, or do you want me to put mana in it?
I think energy. Just energy.
Okay, good. Then I won't need to spend an hour attuning to it.
Right.
And he's just gonna grab it and then kind of just like... He's not exactly being that careful with it. He figured that if it would break, it wouldn't exactly be sustaining an entire world, so he's just gonna be filling it with energy. What do you want me to roll for that?
Let's see. What skill would this be? Ranged for channel?
Honestly, if it's ranged or presence or whatever, it's just gonna be the same roll.
Fair enough.
Oh wait, yeah, Andy's spiraling, so super luck.
Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Did you hear me? That was 13.
Oh yeah, it'll do. And after you're pouring energy into it for about 5 minutes, this thing can take a lot. Actually, something starts to happen.
Well, it's not exactly that, like, Vane is inexperienced with pouring energy into a seemingly bottomless receptacle.
Correct. As a lot of you start becoming a bit less opaque. Ergo transparent.
We're becoming less opaque, or we're becoming opaque?
You're becoming less opaque.
We're less ghostly.
You
Well, the
are
opaque is
becoming You are becoming transparent.
Okay.
Opaque is the natural state.
Okay.
So are we transparent or translucent?
Transparent.
Okay, so it's like full invisibility. Then got it.
Yes.
Are we still able to like see each other, or?
Yes, you are.
All right, Vance is gonna hand the rock back.
All right, thanks. All right, so when we're like this, we can interact less, but we won't be seen.
So basically we can observe without repercussions.
And we'd be heard.
No. But if you swing at someone, you might connect. There's like a 40% chance, maybe.
Can we still see each other? Is a good question out of character.
Yes,
I
we
already
can.
asked that, yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Sorry.
Is this how ghost type feel like?
Enja does it.
Mayhaps this seems familiar, as in what some of those times where your ghost, maybe was a bit too prominent, and you needed a cleanse tag to remain grounded.
Oh, he's phased through so many beds.
Yeah.
It's why he prefers couches now.
Vane is going to be following the two of them.
Elba is also following. And making sure
Vane
that
with
his team also
Right.
follows.
I assume everyone's technically following if the cart's still being moved.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Lightning Dragon 10065 just resubscribed for 51 months.
Thank you for that resub and your 51 months of support, Lightning.
Everybody is in the wagon. Elba is just staring at the Barbaracle intently.
Right. Following after him for a ways, you find an isolated hut. Like, there isn't even a dirt path leading to it.
Of course he's a hermit.
Of course. No town could probably withstand having him. God, Era.
I'm trying really hard here not to make the joke. I'm sorry. It took every ounce of nerve in my body to hold that one back.
Yeah, you still posted it.
I said what I said. It had to come out, otherwise it's gonna dad explode.
Fair enough. 80% success. So, the house is partially disheveled, and it looks like it's not very well in repair either. And, well, Sigmund is awake and just, like, looking up at him curiously as he will open the door, heft his staff, or pick up the staff he left inside. It is a wooden staff with an impressive looking orb within it, decorating the top. The branches curled around it and joining at the top, holding it quite tightly. Ergo, that's a fucking wizard staff, all right. If any of you would like to run an appraise check, by all means.
I was about to say, I'm gonna have Vane run an appraise on that.
All right, fair enough.
Aquarelle can offer one, if anyone wants it.
I'll take it.
I'll go ahead and just roll.
I'll also roll.
1,
Everybody's rolling.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Damn it.
Wikipedia.
Oh wait, that was supposed to be the pass. Whoops. That first one was supposed to be with pass. Now this is Elvas. Oh my god.
There's Wikipedia.
What the hell?
Back down to 8.
The rules.
I'm just going to solve all those 3 ones because. Yep, now it's 11. Oh wait, no, now it's 12.
My word. All right.
So we got what, a 12, a 10, and a 7.
All 3 of you can tell that orb at the top is just glass. And the wood seems kind of dried out, too.
Called it.
Hold on, wait. Can Vane think of, like, would Vane know what type might be attuned to glass?
A liar?
Well, by all technicalities, it could be water, or it could be normal.
Is the orb colored in any way?
It has a tint of blue.
Vane will lean Vane will lean that it's slightly, like, this is a shitty vessel, holy shit, but he's going to assume that it could at least hold some amount of water because at least the coloration association. But yeah, this is like just so everyone has reference. This is like looking at a car, but like, you know, it looks okay, and then you look at it, and it's got a shit ton of rust, and it doesn't even have a fuel tank anymore. They just they just did that thing where, like, you know, they rehooked up the line, and every like minute or so they got to stop the car to pour a little bit more into the line because they don't have the tank anymore.
You know, I had an inkling that I had a feeling that this guy was a charlatan, but I wasn't expecting this. And
Well, that is a catalyst and a vessel. He technically can still use magic with that.
I see.
Technically speaking, you could use magic with a bit of paper.
I'm not that familiar with magic. Magic is not a easily accessible knowledge, let's say.
Yeah, well,
Vernon-
let's at least see how wrong this guy is first.
Vernon writes out, I'd expect a big, mighty, powerful wizard to have something a little bit more high-end? Question mark?
Well, I mean, he is a jerk. Kind of like that guy in the dungeon who basically was trying to sell pecha berries for like way too much.
Vernon writes out, scam artists will scam, but shrugs. Follow we
Can we
shall.
actually hear him from where we're at? Like, did we just stop, like, just out of vision? Like, you know, just where we could see him? Or is it like, you know, did we get close enough to actually hear?
Oh, you can get close enough to hear as he seems to immediately begin on a lecture, informing Sigmund of the very importance of being able to detect high concentrations of mana. After all, there are many areas of high population where mana will obviously be impotent due to the ambient energies released by people that muddle and disperse it.
You know, I'm not even gonna make anyone roll for this. Vane is just, you could just see Vane twitch at this.
So obviously, to be a proper mage and gather mana within yourself, you will need to go into the correct locations and find areas of high density so that you can then take them into your vessel. However, taking them into the vessel is not an easy prospect, as mana will need to naturally enter the vessel. However, of course, there is always brigands and dullards about in their fruitless explorations. So it is best to bury it and come to collect it once a sufficient amount of time has passed.
Vane is definitely twitching.
Both Elva and Paz are noticing this.
The music's making more and more sense.
Yes, you may.
The Vane is not blinking. He is staring at this man.
Anything you'd like to share with us, Vane?
Ed, your Pyroclast, you may use your soul sight. Ed gives permission as he is like narrowing his eyes a little bit, like, I don't know much about mana, but I think that's wrong.
Oh, that's a mistake because Pyroclast was asking him for a different reason.
Oh. And what might that reason be?
More for the fear effect it gives off.
Oh,
I had a feeling.
Can't be seen right now, so.
We can't be seen, but we could be felt. So
9. What?
0.
Actually, I did perception. I just realized that should have been a presence roll because that's more of the intimidation thing. I did. But yeah, I was gonna use a willpower to reroll that anyway, so I'll just reroll it with the right amount of dice.
if you're doing a presence roll, you can take 3 from Elva.
Vernon is currently drawing a doodle of this guy, except he's made out of poop emojis.
Vane is going to, like, it almost sounds like he's grinding out the words. And he's just going to be like, every word that he's saying is not just wrong. It is extremely incorrect in every way.
No, I had a feel. You know, I
8.
had a feeling that might just be the case when you began twitching.
Do you believe he's deliberately giving misinformation, or is he just that horrible at whatever he's doing?
Oh, no, he couldn't be this wrong if he tried. He's not that competent.
He has the ego to match.
Yeah, I really did hear a lot of envy in his music. I think he's just trying to basically, I don't know, just have achievements and stuff based on other people.
Holds up his picture of the poop emoji man.
This and this person dared to call me talentless. I feel insulted.
Con artists will be con artists.
Right side, I feel insulted that he called me capable.
So
I'm gonna ask again. We really can't do anything about this. This just happens.
We could always see what happens when I forcibly correct him of his misconceptions.
you know, that actually sounds like fun. I actually kind of want to see him fumble about being corrected.
Chomper remembers all the talk we've had about Vane and things that will stick with him, and the one they have a tinge of like, yeah, let's mess him up. And Chomper goes, I think we've learned enough from this. We probably should move on so we can be able to get out of here faster, right?
Artanis messes with the stone a little and says, like, I could like pause the effect if you want to just get this guy.
No, he needs to live for a while, at least until Sigmund knows enough to move around. He does explicitly stay in this place after the guy dies until he's eaten all the food and then leaves.
Oh.
So, if we kill him early, Sigmund will probably starve. So we can't kill him. I could try to kill his ego, though.
How about we just don't kill anyone and we let this play out faster? And also, why don't we just take Sigmund with us and take care of him and see where he goes next?
Because next he's going to be on the streets and meet a younger Ciel.
Oh yeah, he hasn't met Ciel yet.
Wait.
Well, no, it's not younger Ciel as in the future. I mean, Ciel time travels.
Wait, what?
Ciel is a dumbass. He got lost in the multiverse and time travel.
Wait, what if Ciel sees us? Will that... Is that gonna cause something, or...?
No, because it's fake. It's going to be a fake Ciel.
Wait. I was confused for a moment, but then I remembered that Ciel is Cult's friend. It probably had something to do with him.
By the way, I'm assuming while we're having this, what other wrong things has this guy been saying?
Also, I'm curious on what Pyroclast Soul Sight did to this guy.
Well, he does get afflicted with fear that makes him stop his lecture and like look around wildly before his eyes lock on the tiny Fennekin. Like, you dare gaze upon me with malice?
I assume that Sigmund is just kind of like confusedly staring still.
He's not said one word. It is just like probably not even understanding what this man is saying at him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, that does not stop him from cracking him across the head with his staff for daring to look at him with malice, as he can determine no other cause of fear.
Aquarelle's claws are digging into the ground at that.
Verdant looks like he's about ready to jump in and beat some ass, but decides to quietly take a deep breath.
You know, Elba's just going to say, maybe we should just leave. I think we have probably learned enough from this person that Sigmund had a horrible adoptive father. Is there anything else pertinent that we need to learn from this individual?
How wrong he is about mana, but no, that is probably less important.
Vane was actually going to bring up. I highly doubt it at this point, but I did want to at least see if he had any amount of knowledge or insight that could potentially maybe help us at any point through this. I'm highly doubting that at this point.
Well, another wrong thing that he says is that your casting device must be of two components that are joined together.
Yeah, Vane is definitely getting angrier the more this guy talks.
Elba is shaking his head. Okay, enough. We leave. We're leaving this location. Now, immediately. Everybody move.
Pyroclast goes out.
Probably for the best. Aquarelle will just slowly stalk away.
Yeah, Vane isn't moving yet. He's just gonna be like, I could just show him. I could show him how wrong he is. Right now.
But he's not even real.
Don't tempt him.
Vane, we can't change anything anyway. Let's just move on, okay? It's gonna be fine.
It's not about changing it. It's about seeing the look in his face when he realizes that he's wrong.
I know he's wrong, and he's a terrible parent figure, but we probably should just go and get this done faster. And Chomper's looking, the face is smiling, and the eyes are open. You can hear it dripping. Let's just go, okay? Faster we can go, the better.
He
Drip,
then
drip,
proceeds
drip.
to talk about how magic is a mighty, unstoppable force, capable of changing the very foundations of the land they stand upon, and as such, only a very few are selected to even be bestowed upon the ability to detect it.
Alright, Vane can leave on him actually saying at least something that's kind of maybe a bit correct. Because that part...
Oh, no. There's more to it.
Oh, great. Couldn't stop while it was ahead.
And those without potential will never even discover it, no matter what fruitless efforts they are put into. Those who can cast magic, or even so much as detect it, are the truly chosen ones, superior to others innately.
Wow, this man is singularly pissing Vane off so much. He's not even real and Vane knows it, but it's not even the point for Vane. The fact that someone that was this dumb and this wrong legitimately existed on this world is infuriating.
Paz is going to approach Bane and just poke him.
Don't
Bane,
touch me without my permission.
I'm sorry, but you know, just staying here listening to this dude is just aggravating you. Could we please just leave and move on?
Vane isn't gonna say anything, but he will actually turn and leave now.
Truly, this is
Oh
the
my god.
dankest dungeon.
Carcerus tipped $5. What's his name?
Key, thank you so much for that tip. Thank you so much for supporting the channel.
His
Key
name is
cute.
Pierre. His name's
Truly, this is the dankest dungeon.
Ren underscores L59 tipped $5.11.
And thank you for that tip, Ren.
Thank you, thank you.
We are so close to the tip goal.
Yes, we are.
Jumper hasn't moved yet. They're still literally kind of looking. They haven't made a move to move yet.
All right. Artanis has had enough and is leaving the house.
Yeah. Paz is giving a bit of a sigh as Spain actually listened to him and began leaving.
Verdant is begrudgingly leaving.
He's also leaving. Everybody's leaving.
Squirrel is sighing and trying to pull Chomper out.
Chomper only notices that somebody's tugging at him. At that point, you can probably tell if you're close enough that there is droplets coming from Chomper's claws that's clenching, and a bit of fumes coming from the nostrils as Chomper kind of shakes out of whatever state he was in. For a moment, looks down. Oh, sorry. I can tell
He's
that he
not worth it.
doesn't. I don't like that he doesn't care about Sigmund at all. He just wants him for his achievement. It fucking sucks we can't change anything. And Chomper's gonna turn around and start walking. And Chomper's leaving.
All right.
Squirrel turns around and slices his head off with his axe.
I was about to say,
All day.
we finally have a common enemy that everybody in this party hates. Okay,
Correct. Vane's enemy number one. This fucking guy right here.
The guy is not just wrong, he is actively spreading misinformation.
He's actively spreading very incorrect information that even hurts me as a player.
Jeez.
Elba is very cross with this individual for various reasons.
Veda's just going to go, just in case anyone has any inclination towards anything that man said, I will absolutely correct any misinformation that you just heard from this man.
Elba is going to chip in at that. I'd be happy to hear whatever you want to correct because I do not particularly care for misinformation.
Well, let's just start with the basic and simple parts of what he was saying. There is no requirement that your vessel and catalyst be connected, nor even outside of a wonder bag for things like the vessel. The catalyst technically doesn't need to either, but that makes things complicated. There's the fact that he had a staff made of old wood and glass that was unattuned towards acting as a vessel, towards anything except maybe the mildest amount of water mana. There's the fact that he was talking about the whole concentrations of mana and people repelling mana. In fact, mana exists as a constant rate everywhere in the world, and the only difference is which is in primary, but it doesn't change the amount. It exists in layers of every single type, going from most primary to least. And no matter where you are, even if it's the 12th layer, you could still access whatever mana type you want. You just have to be skilled enough to extract the mana from that deep down without it being contaminated or mixed. Everything that man said was wrong.
You can actually visibly see Elba taking out a notepad and a pencil and noting the stuff that Vane is saying down.
Gesture.
The man has successfully gotten Vane to rant.
Yep.
Thank you for that tip as well, Merle. $5 away from the tip goal.
Oh yeah. Also, just to like make sure it's mentioned, like the amount of smoke that Vane is producing has definitely increased.
Chomper sighs and just simply says,
Truly,
I
this
don't
is
know about
the
all that, but I
darkest
think Zim got
dungeon.
$5 more.
Raharu
Well, hot day.
Thank you for that tip, Raharu. Thank you, everybody, so much for helping out together to make that happen. That is the tip goal fully completed. Thank you for the support,
welcome.
everyone.
I've had that tip bar covered for majority of the stream. I am free.
What Chomper actually said was, I don't know about all that. I just don't like that he's jealous of people like that, and he treats people like tools. I can see how Sigmund kind of got a lot how he is from him.
Truly, this is the dankest dungeon.
Kenku tipped $5.
Oh,
there.
you.
Thank you,
Oh.
Kenku, and thank you, Cosmo.
$82.53. That's actually a nice number.
A kind gesture.
Oh, we got a moment to stop and breathe. What we at in time? Let's see.
I think we have one more hour.
We got about a half hour left for 4 hours.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I'm not gonna spend the time to actually correct literally everything that this man has said. But yeah, Vane is angrily ranting about the pure, absolute dribble that man was spewing.
And Elba is everybody is listening to everything that Ben is ranting about. Like he's actually intently doing so. There is something that I'm kind of curious about though. Because this individual seems to be familiar with the concepts that surround magic, but somehow he just has everything else wrong. How in the world do you actually do that? Magic is not a widespread concept to
Hold
begin
the
with.
line. This hamlet shall not fall.
Wizlikos raided my stream with 7 viewers.
Likos! Hey, Likos! How was your stream? Thank you so much for that raid. I hope you had a great one. Welcome in, everybody. I am Razim. You guys have come into the middle of our Lost in Chaos Scar. Well, more towards the end of it, but we'll be continuing stream afterwards. But yeah, our Lost in Chaos Scar campaign. It's one of our Pokemon tabletop RPG campaigns here on the channel. For those that are coming in, make sure you hit that follow button. We do lots of stuff here on the channel. We've got artists that come and join us. We've got multiple tabletop games. There's other video games that I do throughout the week. And for those already here, go check out Likos. I know he does some teaching of Spanish, and also he is a very good artist.
Yeah.
Yeet.
The thing that Elva was finishing saying. So how do you learn of magic? Get some of the actual terminology surrounding that concept, but then just get everything else around it wrong. That doesn't make sense. This guy is a walking contradiction.
I don't care. His tutelage died with him.
Good.
You're gonna be alright there? Aquarelle says, very noticeably sensing the rise in dark energy.
It's probably not just a rise, but yeah, Vade's probably just not gonna respond to you. Also, because, like, you know, he has never talked to you before and is currently in a state where he kind of doesn't give a single fuck.
Yeah.
He is currently just mired in thinking about how much he hates this man.
Elba's going to give a bit of a sigh and just... He's going to look at the two Sorwarks that have been that have been coming with us. Do either of you know where we should go next to, like, try and move this illusion forward? Because I'm not entirely sure where we'll have to go.
Perhaps this is a
I mean-
moment we should utilize the Ask the Storyteller thing.
Well,
I also have
because
no
we
idea.
Need the direction.
Sorry, what you said?
I was saying I have no idea myself, but I didn't hear what Enja said.
Yeah,
Oh.
what you said?
Well, we didn't use the storyteller thing because we didn't need direction.
Yeah. And I mean, do we know that I'm asking? I am actually asking Atrano and Artani because they're actually the most knowledgeable regarding this thing at the moment. So if they can naturally provide a hint, I'd be happy to use the storyteller hint.
Oh boy. Well, what do you want to ask me about
I
them?
am disappointed by our lack of progress.
Or I guess somebody's going to play the, yep. Candy has requested a hint.
Ah,
Okay, fair enough.
well, you could leave now, and with everyone outside the house, time could begin to fast forward again.
I mean,
Or correcting this man fiercely will not make an error happen, but it will probably not contribute to anything productive. As I can tell you now, he is stubborn, and no matter what you say, if it contradicts him, he will say that you are wrong.
Do you really think I'm going to allow Bane to go to fight against that immovable wall?
Well, he wouldn't actually fight.
We're
He'd
not
just,
letting you argue with the
verbally
rock.
dismantle.
We're not letting you argue with a rock. That's what I'm saying.
Unstoppable force meets an immovable object.
Yeah.
And somebody in the party very much might want to hit him with that oversized staff with all the power that he can possibly muster. Teach him a lesson about hitting
Oh,
children.
please, the staff would break before anything else. It's made of fucking dried out shitty wood.
Yeah. And to be entirely fair, like everybody in the party already left the house, so I guess we're going with time moving forward.
Yep.
Which means, what the hell is going to happen to Scruff?
Oh, we'll find out.
Next time on.
Say now.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
It's like when you queue it up for the next episode already, and then it just like immediately starts answering the thing it said next time. I know that's not actually how Dragon Ball works. I've watched all of it, but like, you know.
Yeah.
And Lost in Chaos shows the exact scene where the answer comes.
With that being the case, this is a little different. As you see, it's like you're getting a segments of each day, as you are decidedly going faster. And this man certainly is, air quotes, teaching Sigmund, and he even did name him Sigmund. But there is one thing to note. He never wants to hear Sigmund, and if he so much as makes a noise, he reprimands him.
Wow.
So he is teaching him magic, but he is also teaching him to read and write and other things that would imply that this man does have some education, which just brings to question how he can be so woefully and absolutely incompetent on the one thing he wants to specialize in.
Like Elba said, he's a walking contradiction.
There are plenty of people out there that learned how to read and write and are still completely and utterly.
And during
Yeah,
this
just look at the government.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
I was gonna make a Tumblr reading comprehension joke.
All these are applicable and more.
But yes, practically the only one allowed to speak inside that house is himself, and he will take no questions. Just absorb what he is saying perfectly.
Oh,
And if
Chomper.
you do not, it is your fault.
Oh, Chomper will not have lasted long with as an apprentice to him.
No, not much. Not much.
I get the feeling Elbow probably would have murdered him if he took a Vex.
Indeed.
To be fair, the moment that anyone was under his tutelage and he tried doing the whole hitting for, like, you know, insubordination or disobedience or whatever, Vane would have dismembered him.
Yeah. Elba probably would have done the same. Well, not dismember him, but he would take a skull to the face.
And
During
during this fast forward, the deli bird arrives and time for a moment becomes normal. As he drops Scruff off outside the orphanage, saying like, we're here, I guess. Hello? Is that Eno?
Does this actually get to our attention, like, straight up? Like,
well, you do note that that time has, for the moment, become normal. And there doesn't seem to be anything significant going on inside the house.
Well, this might be where he decides to keel over and die, but I guess I'll see if there's anything else going on.
Yeah.
He's not gonna do too much. He's just gonna, like, fly up and look around.
Fair enough. So, Scruff, the bag is being set down as you had from your perspective, a very long trip, actually.
Mm-hmm. Long but not uncomfortable, I suppose. Who is that? Scruff just peeks his head out of the bag and has a squint around at the surroundings. I suppose I am here now. Hello? He's just gonna snuffle to see if he finds anything.
It does seem like your friends were here.
Recently?
Somehow, yes.
Oh.
I guess the time forward doesn't affect the sense.
Scruff is going to try and follow the trail.
Well, I guess you know what you're doing.
Taking the bag with him.
Hey,
He's taking the bag. He's taking the bag that he brought him to the guy before. It's still just like on him. He's now just focused on something else.
No, wait, my bag! The Delibird will try to take his bag off Scruff.
Oh my! This is going to be awful, but I have to ask: does Vane see the Delibird chasing Scruff?
Mayhaps.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh no.
My bag! Give it back!
Oh, yes. Scruff will immediately just like pause, head up, kind of like, oh, yes. And unhook it from his harness and then pass it over. There you go.
Thank you. There's still so much mail in this thing. I have to take it over to. Well, they might still be there. Hey, what's that dark spot in the sky? What's up,
well, I was about to say, are we still, transparent or?
No.
Okay, well, in that case, the moment he's in Vane is still just going to be heading towards them. Yes. He is not going to inform anyone.
I mean, but
he is seeing Scruff getting chased.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if anybody was paying attention to it, they would see you just go on a specific direction.
Also, Vane's got like a swirling mass of dark energy around him at all times, so like,
yeah,
it's kind of hard to miss.
Kind of hard to miss him.
Guys, Vane, it's kind of going into one specific direction. I think he might have found something, and he's hasn't told us anything, so it might be something that's upsetting him. We should probably go over there.
Yeah, we better go. Chopper's gonna follow too.
You gonna find your way back all right? Scruff asks, despite knowing this man is the royal courier and knows this place.
Scruff and him just having a delightful conversation. Meanwhile, death is incoming.
Bird inbound. I repeat, bird is inbound.
Well, I guess I have to go find those knights that were doing something, and I think it was that direction. So I guess I'll be on my, and Vane can arrive whenever he chooses.
All right. Is Vane like making noise as he's flying? Like, does like the smoke make noise, or is it just like he's just flying?
It's just visual. How tragic that the Delibird is looking down to talk to Scruff.
Scruff is looking up to speak to Cody. Can you see Vane in the background?
Well, Ido has apparently decided that Scruff is dying.
Oh.
I thought it would be the Delibird.
Why am I dying now?
I mean, there's no visual representation of the Delibird in the stream, so it has to be Scruff.
Oh. Well, Scruff, I suppose, just like takes the hit.
Oh no!
Oh no, Vane isn't attacking him. It's going to be something else.
I'm making a joke about the sticker that was slapped on the screen.
So how does Vane enter the scene? Because unfortunately, I think from the direction, since you were following the trail and then have turned around because the Delibird
Yeah.
chasing you. Yeah. Tragically, no one is aware of the approaching Murkrow. And to know the smoke is not making any noise.
Okay. In that case, what Vane is going to do is effectively try and put chains between Scruff and the Delibird, and then we're in a forested area-ish, right?
Yes.
Basically try and throw the Delibird into nearest tree and wrap with chain at same time.
Oh, hi, Vane.
Why was he chasing you?
Oh, I had his bag. You know, we borrowed his bag before. Yeah. His bag took me to the castle. And now he's just come and dropped me off, and I started following our team smell and forgot, so he's just gonna turn to the bound and chained and panicked Cody and just go, yep, sorry about that.
Cody has been mummified with chains.
He can still talk. After all, Vane was going to question him, so he needs to be able to talk for that at least.
Fair enough. Cody is panicking immediately and screaming.
Calm down, calm down. Vane, let him down. He was just panicked about his bag.
Oh my god!
If I let
He's
you
still
down,
spiraling!
will I have to hear a single one of those annoying yells if I let you down?
He looks like he has to swallow his heart back into his chest. As he will then willingly exhale everything in his lungs so he is incapable of screaming at least for a moment.
Yeah, in that case, he's gonna be released and probably just immediately end up being flopped onto the ground.
Face down. and he is not in any hurry to stand back up.
Scruff will make some attempt to soften the impact with Shadow Claw. To stop him from at least stop him from face planting directly into the ground. Just casually props him up and dusts him off. There, you're doing all right.
He is hyperventilating, but he is not screaming.
I'm just imagining that this is the scene that the team's gonna end up sprinting into.
Yeah.
Mayhaps.
You're doing all right, lad. Calm down. It's just both physically holding him up with two of the shadow claws, and then the third's just petting him on the head, you're doing all right.
Oh, you're holding him up so he can see Vane. Nice. Because Vane is currently doing his head tilt as he is still absolutely fucking putting out some smoke.
Scruff is just gonna casually put himself between Vane and Cody, but it's eyes on Cody, yeah, there, lad, calm down. Breathe now, breathe.
I don't think it's gonna help with all the smoke. Now Scruff is just gonna be backlit by dark spiral smoke.
What do you want?
I think he wanted me, to be honest. Message delivered, well done.
Cool,
Oh,
awesome.
message
Can I
package
run now?
delivered.
Cool.
Scruff will turn to look at Vane for his approval beforehand.
Yeah, this is for Scruff. like, considering that, like, he's the medic and he actually does pay attention to this, he could definitely see that Vade has gotten worse since he left.
Of course he has.
Yeah, I'm just saying, Scruff would definitely be easily able to see this. Vade is going to ask, do you have anything of his on your person?
Not anymore, no.
No?
Then that means if
Wait,
this
I just
happens
had the
again,
one
I'll
bag.
know it was a kidnapping.
I didn't.
So obviously, this won't be happening again.
No.
Yeah, Vade's gonna turn away from the Delibird now and, like, not even regard him. He's just gonna be looking at Scruff.
Scamper.
Scruff is just Scruff is looking back, sort of with a somewhat cheery demeanor. Meanwhile, Shadowclaw like picks up the Delibird and makes sure he's standing, dusts him down, makes sure he has his bag, and then just like quietly, like hand low on the back, just kind of like guides him away.
Just like,
Delibird used
like
run away.
shoving.
Delibird.
Delibird used to run away.
Delibird's ability has become run away.
Hey, that'll help him as a courier.
Oh, Scruff will turn and just call. Don't forget to deliver the Queen's message. Queen gave him a letter.
Eventually.
Yeah, this is back to Vane. Queen gave him a letter to give him an excuse to come and drop me off.
So the Queen knows that you're here, then?
She knows I exist. She knows no details of the party from me. It seems as Elibird didn't actually tell about us before. Queen knows we're here. The Queen dropped off Sigmund with money to make sure that he'd be taken care of and looked after out of the castle. Gave me a message for Sigmund, and he's just going to quietly relay the details. I need to be back like 1 minute. I've run out of water now. I'm talking a lot.
All right, this is probably a good time for the rest of the crew to show up then.
Yeah. Elba's pointing a bit as he was pretty much sprinting. What happened?
He's just gonna point at Scruff. He was being chased by someone.
Do we see is the Delibird still there? Did he book it?
The Delibird. The Delibird. Well, you did manage to catch up before he'd scampered off, but he has run.
Apparently, what happened is that Scruff had his bag, and then when we moved to the next segment, the bag went where it was supposed to go. And since Scruff was with the bag.
Oh, that's why you went. Are you okay, Scruff? You didn't get hurt while you're away. What happened?
Rob did just say that he was going to be right back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess that bag must be one of those important object things that must be where they're supposed to be.
Or it's just tethered to where, because it's a personal item of the wearer or owner.
Yeah, that too. Huh. So I guess we gotta be careful if we take anything from somebody else in this illusion. Yeah.
At least if it's a close personal object. After all, there's other objects that we've moved around that haven't snapped back into place.
That's true. Elba is going to quit. Elba is going to quip in. I suppose that does make sense. Delibers and their bags are supposed to be inseparable. They are the delivery Pokemon after all. It is well, not all delivers deliver, but it is what they usually end up doing. It is something. It is something. It is something quite precious to them. Welcome back, Rob. Well,
the delivered was just doing his job. I think I gave him quite the fright when he found me in his storage room.
I can only imagine. I mean, that guy seems to be quite the nervous person as it is.
Yeah. Oh, he seemed a bit concerned over Vane. In the time since the what was it, 8 months had passed for him. So he thought Vane had been spiraling the entire time. Which I suppose he has, but not for 8 months.
I mean, how long in relative time have we been here?
I don't know now, but when I was in the castle, it had been 8 months.
Yeah, and well, time was kind of moving, fast forwarding just a few moments ago for us, so it must be even further into the future now.
Oh, I thought it was in the bag for a while.
Anyways, in order to catch you up, Sigmund has been adopted by the worst sorcerer ever, who is wrong about everything, and is currently in the middle of being misinstructed, and also occasionally being, abused by said adoptive father.
That is, that is Sigmund's childhood.
I mean, we haven't exactly gotten to the part where he was starving on the streets yet, but yes.
That is part of Sigmund's childhood.
That is correct, yes.
Yay. I can't at the moment I can't help but feel a little some form of pity for him. I mean, well, I'm kind of wondering how Sigmund ended up stumbling into the correct magical knowledge when he had such an awful instructor as his teacher.
Probably because he had literally nothing better to do than try to do it correctly. Also, failing to get results would result in reprimands, so.
Verdant writes out trying the opposite of what you're told and finding out the opposite always works.
That might actually be not far from the truth. I suppose he had a lot of time to figure it out. Well, we know of his. We know that he's at the moment being used by his teacher. What other point do you guys think will be the next turning point that we're supposed to observe when that guy dies?
That's my best guess. It's a bit hard to say on the exact details of the matter on what it'll consider important for foundational knowledge for Chomper.
I think it's whenever he finds someone else in his life that isn't a parental figure, like a friend or someone along the way.
Yeah, so probably when he learns how to talk to CL out of spite. To tell him to leave him alone.
Chomper goes quiet. Yeah. I think we should do that.
Did you know where Sigmund ended up meeting CL?
Absolutely no idea.
Ah.
I didn't exactly ask for additional details because I never thought that it would matter actually knowing the details of Sigmund's past, so I just only asked clarifying questions instead of detail questions.
No, that is completely understandable. It's not like such knowledge would be. This is the only situation where such knowledge would have actually been useful. So I don't blame you for not exactly wanting to or needing to obtain it.
No, there are other examples which would also be more, let's say, standard time travels in order to prove that I had worked with him in the future. Things of that nature would also be very useful for it, but I wouldn't need to have in-depth specific knowledge.
Ah, fair. Forgot about time travel. But it's not really something that I'm expecting to do. But I guess but I guess at this point I probably should.
Well, it's happened to more than one group, so.
Yeah.
How do we skip forward the rock to get to CL then?
Oh, we don't decide that. If it doesn't start fast forwarding soon again, that means something's going on with Sigmund at the house, so we need to be there.
As is going to look up to see if the sky is fast forwarding or not.
Well, you have reconvened with Scruff, and it seems that you are overall prepared for it. So yes, it is beginning to advance as more things are coming to mind, with Sigmund practicing on his own. Between times with his air quotes mentor. However, there is something else that comes to mind towards the end of this fast forwarding. Sigmund browsing through some other books before while the Barbaracle is asleep, begins to jump on his chest.
When your laptop is powered by an Intel Core Ultra...
Sorry about that.
That was perfect timing.
I legit thought that Enja was playing that for some reason. I'm like, what?
Vane is just gonna idly comment, like how one would comment on the weather, just going, well, I guess he never did specify how he died.
Oh. You know that.
As soon the Barbaracle does start to wheeze as he's waking and grasping his chest, Sigmund leaping off as it seems he's having a heart attack.
Oh.
Oh my god, Ido.
Wheezing and desperately reaching out for anything as Sigmund keeps nudging away his staff. With his last breaths, he utters strings upon strings of expletives before he falls to the ground and remains unmoving.
Vader's just gonna say, you know, I didn't actually expect him to go the extra mile by keeping the staff barely within reach and moving it away every time that it was reached for.
If there's one thing that Sigmund learned, it was cruelty.
Oh yeah, no, this is Vade just going, oh hey, I didn't expect him to go the extra mile. Again, it still sounds like he's commenting on weather.
Thumper chies and shakes his head. Yeah. Yeah. So
And
he
then
did leave a lasting
he
effect
just
on him.
grabs his wrist and starts dragging him outside. Slowly.
Just watching in
Very
confusion, like,
slowly.
Well, I don't know if it's going to actually fast forward again after this, but he's just gonna end up living in the house a few more days until all the food runs out, then leave.
What was that? What was that, Rob? You said something?
Scruff is just watching all of this in utter confusion, like, who's that?
Oh, that's his would-be mentor, the one that was abusing him.
The one
Oh, I
that,
see. He's a late bastard then.
yeah, the one that was a very crappy mage.
Scruff wasn't there for any of that conversation.
Yeah.
Scruff is just like, Scruff heard Sigmund's master abuser, and I'm like, right bastard then. And that's all he cares to note about the whole situation. It's like, good, yeah, good for him, I suppose.
I mean, fair.
At least Sigmund got to get his payback back before anyone else in the party already went after him.
So
Chopper, do
yeah.
you still keep a bunch of food on you?
Chomper nods slowly.
Okay, congratulations. You're gonna go get to, in a bit, try to give him food. He's going to look at you like he's going to try and kill you.
Oh.
Not right now, I mean, you know, when he's starving.
What does Chopper say to that?
Chomper's
like,
just
yeah, good.
Yeah, Chomper's just kind of taken aback for a moment, like, what did... I thought we're not supposed to do anything to change stuff.
Okay, we have to interact with him. He's going to live anyway. It's not actually going to change anything. It's just to get you the experience of what his attitude is going to be like so we can move this along a bit. I mean, I guess unless you want to hang out with Ciel a bit, the fake Ciel that's going to come by. I guess probably. I don't know if it'll recreate illusion, as in the time travel inside of a time travel illusion. Bit unsure about that. You might be feeding him for a while.
I mean, I've been wanting to change something about this whole time. I don't mind feeding Sigmund. I just definitely want to get past this part. Well, I guess I'll wait until he's done doing whatever he's doing to that body, and then I'll give him the food.
No, like I said, you gotta wait until he's starving. He's gonna eat out the house first and then leave.
Can I just give him food now?
Remember, Chomper, that the point is for basically for you to learn how Sigma has been living. If you just give him food now, he's just
He'll just stay in the house longer.
Yeah.
All right.
I know it's kind of cruel, but unfortunately, you are our main condition for us to move this thing forward.
Okay. Fine. I understand. I'll wait. Chomper just kind of plops down on their butt.
Paz is gonna sit down beside him.
Is
Tell me when
anything
he's
interesting
ready.
going on with the whole Sigmund and body front? Or
No, he just did. He managed to drag him outside and leaves him before going back inside the house and just like big chilling as as he does indeed. Said about just eating what he wants.
Were you gonna say something, Chomper?
Oh no, Chomper's currently dejected and sitting down. They are feeling bad. They can't feed the Sigmund right now.
Sigmund is fed right now.
They don't want to have to wait through the process that they have to starve before they give him food. They know the process right now of like he kills the dude, then he waits till starving, then he bring. And you literally told them that he has to wait till he is like starving and pissed off. So he's kind of waiting just for the inevitable, like, you know, Sigmund's arc. But he doesn't want the arc to go down like it's going down. So he's currently sitting down dejected, just waiting.
All right, I guess we wait then.
And so we wait.
I do think it's
Scruff
about
left.
time to wrap up, though. I think we're out of time.
Yeah.
Chomper's eyeing the food. He's thinking about going and giving it to him early. He's kind of grabbing the big apple. And he stands up. Just eyeing the apple, eyeing Sigmund. Looking at the grave of their former father figure.
Oh, there is no grave. He is on top of the grass, and that's as much as Sigmund cared to do.
Grave quotation marks.
He got a kinder burial than I think half the party was going to give him.
Indeed.
Chomper's just thinking about everything. By the way, father figures in quotations too. But yeah, Chomper's just looking over, just thinking about just how shitty Sigmund's had it, and how he's turning into it just due to circumstance. And he is really hating the fact he has to just wait and just see all this play out without being able to do anything about it. Hand on apple.
How are you feeling right now, Chomper? This is past talking.
I want to give him this apple right now. I want to tell him everybody's not like that person he was with, and that there are good people out here. And I want to give him all the food that's in my backpack right now, and get them to CO as soon as we can, so he can have a friend. I hate this. I hate this a lot.
That's nuts. I don't particularly like bearing witness to this myself. This is just all kinds of awful.
Squirrel puts a hand on Chomper's shoulder, but he doesn't say anything.
I want to give him this apple. At worst, we reset it and we do it again. At best, it might change something.
Do you really think that risk? Do you really think that risk is worth taking?
I'm tired of fate.
I don't. But look, I kind of want to remind you but you already know but you already know this already, so I'm not even going to say it. I know you're actually just struggling right now with this, but I mean, I don't know. Would you learn something from just giving him the apple right now? Like, perhaps, what if somebody had given Sigmund something before he ended up starving to death, or he ended up starving and moving out? I mean, it's not exactly learning Sigmund's backstory, but wouldn't a what if something had been different also be a worthwhile learning experience for you? I don't know how the rules of this illusion work, but yeah.
I mean, it's my wish, right?
It is.
So, maybe
Do
you can
what
give
you
it a try.
want.
Maybe you can give it a try.
Do what you want, Chomper.
Chomper closes his eyes.
Arcanus does hold up the wish stone. Oh yeah, did I tell you about the thing I could do with this? I could eliminate the script, but we wouldn't really be able to take that back.
What do you mean by eliminate the script?
I can mess with this. I can mess with this thing once with what's left in this rock. I can make one big change. One of those potentially being removing the rails. But I don't know what'll happen then.
I guess one of the most important questions is, will it still fast forward us through time? After all, if it doesn't know the script, will it be able to know when to move us along?
Probably.
That is not a good response. If it
Hey,
doesn't,
I'm not exactly an expert on these things.
yeah, but we can't really go with a maybe like that. If we can't fast forward this, we're going to be stuck on this place for way too long, and we can't afford that.
I guess, but if we're here for his wish, then, and his wish has changed, and this is what he wants more, maybe it's not the wrong thing to do.
I mean, maybe. At the same time, have you guys been looking into that other stuff that you guys mentioned to me earlier?
No solid answers on that just yet.
Has size. Okay. They've been they kind of been trying they kind of told me that there might be a way for us to like leave this dream early, but they can't really pinpoint where this backdoor exit is.
Easy, then have the change be that the back door appears in front of us. If you can make a change and the problem is just that we don't know the thing and what it looks like, have it show up in front of us.
Chomper is going to be using a heart sense on Sigmund, if that's possible from this range.
Yes, it is.
What's that? 6.
Well, this isn't very complex, but it is cold. A kid's heart should not be this cold, and he is 0% apologetic for what he has done, as he did it knowingly and willingly.
Chomper has a big sigh, and you can see tears begin to trickle a bit out of one eye. It's that kind of one that just happens suddenly. It's not like falling like crazy, but there is like a watering up in the eyes.
Well, if it helps, it does seem like at least 3 years have passed with this man. Sigmund is decidedly older.
He's still a Fennekin, right?
He is.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, did Atanis had a response to Bane asking if he could just make the Pactor appear with the with the change to the wish?
If that's what everyone wants, then yes. I guess I could try that. Just, I'm a little cautious since this might happen again.
Explain.
Well, Chomper did make a wish, but he wasn't really intending for the wish to happen, but the act of making the wish was enough to set this all in motion. So, if the wish is not fulfilled, he might regret not going through with it and, like, want a do-over. Even if not meaning to, it could do it again.
I want to get through this with everybody being safe, and I want to get the Sigmund that I can actually help as fast as I can. If anything I do here doesn't actually help Sigmund, then
I mean, 90% probably not. But then again, seems that Delibird remembers you guys, so it might at least leave some impressions on the real world.
Wait.
Memories that
Oh
are
god, that
great.
poor Delibird comes across us after this.
This is 60 years in the past. I'm pretty sure it's not around.
Oh no, it's gonna come across us and then just instantly die of realizing that we were real.
Oh,
that'd be a paradox. So Chomper's gonna light up at
Sees
that. So
Vane
wait,
is still spiraling 60 years later.
oh jeez, it's going that long.
Turns
That would
dust.
Yeah.
But yeah, Vane is gonna ask, how could you I know you're the expert here, but how could you determine that based on an internal part of this, remembering something to do with another internal part, will affect an external part when part of the entire thing was that what we do in here doesn't affect the real world?
Chomper's lighting up though. But you said you're saying 10%. Like, there's a chance we can change things for the better.
Well, not change things. At most, you'd leave memories that would be like a dream of something else that happened, something different. They might not get added right away, though. They might need some time for, like, a dream to happen.
In that case, I want to help Sigmund. I don't want him to suffer like he did. I'm gonna go give him some food now.
He has food.
I'm gonna give him more food and some company.
Chomper
He's alone right now.
Help.
He just went through a terrible thing, and he's alone. I'm gonna go over there now.
The one thing that I'm worried about with this and taking off the rails is it still knowing how to fast forward. I do not want to spend the next few decades here.
Will that be a problem? Will it not work if we do this?
He's not sure if it will or not. He said maybe.
Like, I can examine this thing, I can figure out some things. I'm not the expert here.
You're literally the most knowledgeable one here. You're not an expert, but you're effectively the expert of what's going on here.
Fair enough. Wait a minute. Culty probably exists in this time snip thing.
How would we even know to find him?
Also, even if he does exist, would he be any more of an expert than you are?
No, Culty could move us forward through time when we need to.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If we do not fast forward, then Culty can do that.
Then I guess that if we can find Culty, then yes, we could actually remove the rails and see what we can do here then.
We'd have to leave the Daybreak Kingdom wholesale, though. There are no guilds here.
How are we gonna do that? And how are we gonna do that in a timely manner, rather? Do we know? Do any of us know teleport?
Ruben looks away.
We have a wagon.
I can take one or two people, but that's pretty much it.
Well, if we're trying to get Culty's attention, I'm required to be there.
I'll go. I'll definitely go.
And I think we can continue to deliberate this out of session.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
I'm pretty sure we've gone quite over time.
Yeah, we have.
I was trying to lead up to like a cliffhanger of sorts, but we just kept kind of having conversations about it.
That's how these go.
I mean, Pyroclast Wars are a good cliffhanger, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, there was basically a side thing I was trying to get to with Scruff about just Pyroclast's apology to him about the party. Because Scruff didn't get to hear that.
True.
Scruff is currently bimbling.
Does it look like he acknowledged it at least, or?
Did you say it to him?
Yeah. I
What?
said it
It's
in
in
the
the text.
chat.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
I was like, wait, when did this happen?
Yeah, wait, what?
He wrote it down.
You wrote it in Fantasy Grounds chat.
Oh,
Yeah,
in Fantasy Grounds. I was looking at the stream chat for a second there.
No, stream chat's not canon, but inside the domain of here, it's canon. For instance. Aha, canon. You got hit pets.
No, it's not headpan. Headcan. That's not canon.
Well, good thing the show's already over. Not canon.
Okay, we should probably end this before we go into another tangent. Sim, are you
Yeah,
here?
I do need to go to bed.
Sorry, I was taking care of something real quick. Thank you everybody for joining us today for Lost in Chaos Scar. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They are on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, as well as coming by, hanging out, bringing your friends in, going and checking out the Rexstrider here on twitch.tv/Rexstrider. And of course, you can also help out by grabbing merch over at zgfgaming.store. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.